Morning, Jeff. Oh, good morning, Jeff.
Good morning, Paula. How are you?
I'm good, thank you. Are you our MIDC guy today?
Yes, but only for about an hour, maybe an hour and a half. Mr. Batar is scheduled for today. He had a conflict in the morning. I'm just here till probably 9:30.
Okay, sounds good. I'll let Judge know.
Thank you.
Thanks, bye. Good morning, Judge.
There we go. Hi, Jeff.
Morning, Jane and
Hi,
Mr.
Paula, good
Denowitz.
morning. Paula, I have a helper with me today, Alex Curry.
Oh,
gonna-
I was thinking
majority
about
of the-
him last week.
You had him last week?
No, I said I was thinking about him last week.
Oh, well, he's here.
Morning,
He's
Jane.
here to go. And we have,
Okay.
wait, I have a couple exams. I have one exam that somebody texted me and told me they were,
Stubs.
wait, it's not, well, stubs, that's a problem too, but somebody sent me shoot, how was it that they sent it to me? Oh, it must have been an email. I think they said they're going to waive, and I'm going to just have you mark that down right now. Because if they come in,
Is that on Patrick Walls? Well, let's talk about that later. Let me get some of these
yes,
people
yes,
in.
Patrick Walls.
All right, let me get some of these people in. Let me see. They're all the attorneys.
Looks like one client's in, Dotson.
Yeah, and I don't see the attorney in on that.
George Law, probably.
Walls.
Derek George. Okay, that's.
What was Walls?
Good morning, Mr. Burke. Are you here for Jeffrey Dotson?
I am. Good morning.
Good morning. Let me bring him in real quick.
Christopher.
Mr. Dotson is not connected to the audio.
I'll give him a call.
Thank you. Mr. Denowith, we do have Lillian Diallo in the waiting room, but not her client.
Okay, thank you. I'm sure it'll just be set for exam.
And you're only on Parker, correct?
Correct.
Thank you.
Thank-
Okay, we now have Mr. Dotson connected, Judge.
Hello.
Good morning, gentlemen. Counsel, your appearance for Mr. Dodson, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. G. Jack Burke appearing on behalf of Mr. Jeffrey Dotson, and we consent to today's appearance via Zoom. It's the date and time set for arraignment and pretrial. We'll waive a formal reading of the charges. Mr. Dotson stands mute, and we respectfully request the court enter a plea of not guilty on his behalf.
Okay. Where are we going from here?
As to bond, Your Honor, I'm requesting that Mr. Dotson is placed on a personal recognizance bond. He has retained our office.
Counsel, let me stop you. He was arraigned on May 12th by Judge Green.
Oh,
So what are we
my
doing for the
apologies.
pretrial?
We did just receive the written discovery. We're still waiting on some supplemental discovery, Your Honor. So we would like to set it for a pretrial date. And Mr. Dotson has expressed some interest in possibly getting into the Southgate Veterans Program, as he is a veteran of the Marine Corps in the Air Wing. And so I know that's normally with the PSI, but if we could get a head start on the referral and evaluation over there, that could be helpful in the case.
All right. So how much time do you think you want to adjourn it for?
A month would be sufficient, Your Honor.
I can give you July 7 or July 14. You pick.
Just a moment, please.
AM time slots either day.
The 14th would be excellent, Your Honor.
How about 9:15?
Sounds good.
All right. Anything else?
Nothing further from the defense.
All right. If you're not ready on that date, let us know ahead of time so we can adjourn it before Wednesday.
Okay, thank you very much.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Judge, I'm going to find out who these two people are. The others are all attorneys, the ones that type their name in. I just sent a chat.
All right. Let's bring some of these attorneys in and find out if maybe they've got their clients with them.
All right.
Giallo probably doesn't because her client's still in custody, it looks like.
Oh, I just brought her in. I'm sorry.
We can check.
Okay. Good morning, Ms. Diallo.
Good morning. How are you?
I'm good, thank you. Do you happen to have your client with you?
Mr. Ballou?
Yeah, is he in custody?
Oh, yeah, he's in custody. And I also have a homicide client, Omari Parker.
Yes. He's not checked in either yet. Is he in
Well-
custody as well?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. We're waiting for the jail to call us, so I'm just going to keep you in the waiting room until we get the jail line, okay?
All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Galaxy S10, please tell me what your name is. You have to unmute and let me know who you are.
My name is Matthew Seisel.
What was the last name?
Seisel, S-Y-S-O-L. How are you today, by the way?
Fine, thank you. How are you? What time were you scheduled?
8:45, I believe.
8:45.
Thank you. Okay, I see you. Do you happen to know what your attorney's name is?
Oh, boy. Yes, his name is Robert, I believe Robert Burton.
Robert Burton Harris. Hang on just a minute. We have him in the waiting room.
Yes, ma'am.
That's my case. I'm ready to go.
Thank you, Darian.
Rebel 4, what's your name?
My name is Matthew Seisel.
No, we already got you, Matthew. Rebel 4.
Oh, sorry.
Good morning, Mr. Harris.
Good morning, Judge. How are you?
Wonderful. Your appearance for Mr. Seisel, please.
Good morning again. Robert Burton Harris, P81843 with the Neighborhood Defender Services of Detroit on behalf of Mr. Matthew Seisel, who's present on Zoom and consists of this hearing being conducted on it.
Thank you. Ms. Fortier, your appearance, please.
Good morning, Judge. Darian Fortier on behalf of the people.
All right, where are we at today, Mr. Harris?
Don't have discovery yet, but I'm fairly confident that I'll get discovery in the interim, and I think we can set this one for an examination.
Okay.
Judge, that's correct. I'm in the process of setting Mr. Burton Harris paper discovery right now. The video in this case is only one video long. I will need to redact it, but based on how far out we're setting exams right now, I don't think that'll be a problem.
Okay. We're going to set this for a live exam, Mr. Harris?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And can we get the discovery ready before June 21? I think that's your next date with us, isn't it, Darian?
Let me just check, Judge.
And while she's checking out, I would like to just note that there was a Court of Appeals opinion that came out about 2 weeks ago. The name escapes me. I think it was like People v. Joy or something like that, where it says that the defense counsel is entitled to unredacted discovery. So I don't know to what extent sister counsel's office has disseminated that, but that's going to be something that is, I'm assuming is going to keep coming up.
The prosecutor's office is aware of the case. At this time, Judge, I haven't personally gone into a detailed review, but Mr. Burton Harris, the office is aware, and I think is currently working on some sort of policy for the rest of the worker bees to follow.
Okay. Okay. So did you find your calendar yet?
Yes, Judge, the 21st would be fine. And like I said, even if I am redacting, it's only one video. I should have that done by the 21st.
Okay.
What time would that be? I have an
morning
exam.
slots.
Okay,
So
morning would be good.
Early in the morning.
Let's do early.
9:30. Early?
Yeah, because I got an exam in Detroit at 12:30.
Okay. Yep, 9:30.
9:30.
Bond will be continued. Mr. Seisel, you understand all that? Mr. Seisel, you catching this?
I think he's frozen.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes,
Darian.
gotcha.
I apologize.
All right.
Yes, Your Honor. Yes, Your Honor. I
No
did catch
problem. Anything else on this matter, Mr. Harris?
I just want to confirm that, Matthew, you got that date, June 21st?
I did. June 21st, I believe. What did you say, 9:30?
Yep.
Yes, I do.
We're all set, Your Honor.
Have a good day, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Thank you, you too.
Both of you.
I believe that's my only case, Judge, but I am around in case anybody needs me.
Are you going to
All right,
stay
thank
on,
you.
or do you want me to call you back if something happens?
I'm going to leave call. Just call me if you need me.
All right. Are you in your office then?
I'm going to head there now.
Okay. All right. Thank you. I'm going to bring in the Galaxy Z. Oops.
Mr. Rather, are you there? Galaxy Z, can you hear us?
He's not connected, Judge. I just sent him a chat. Up, there's Mr. Rather.
Good morning, Mr. Rather.
Good morning, Your Honor. I apologize.
No problem. You're calling in for Ballard?
I believe I have 3 cases there today.
Let's get Ballard out of the way. It's easy.
Has she signed in yet?
Nope.
Oh, that's a problem.
Okay, let me try and get in touch with her. I don't know what the problem is.
That's
Who are
going to
your
be a
other
plus
clients?
plea.
Yeah, that was our intent, was to do the plea. Let me get in touch with her. Shit.
What is it?
Iced caramel macchiato. They messed my coffee up. I want it hot.
Galaxy Z Fold 2, can you tell me your name, please?
My name is
Sir,
Darius.
with it, pardon?
My name is Darius Butler.
Good morning, Mr. Butler.
Good morning. How you doing?
Mr. Butler, are you going forward today without an attorney, or would you like to speak to a court-appointed attorney?
No, that's fine. We could proceed without an attorney.
Ms. Gillis, is there an offer for Mr. Butler to consider?
Jane, you're muted.
Do you have the driving record in front of you, Judge?
Still shows suspended.
Is it lengthy?
As of June 3. 7 pages. 8 pages.
Okay. Mr. Butler, are you trying to clear up your tickets?
Yes, I am. However, I was trying to clear them up without points as possible. When I was pulled over at the time, I was not aware that my driver's license was suspended. However, I did try to fix everything right in front of the officer, but he still proceeded with the tickets. So, yes, I'm just here today trying to secure a plea deal for where it can stay off my record.
Well, that's not always attainable. If you're telling me you're trying to clear up some tickets, I can adjourn and you can come back and you can show me that you've cleared up your tickets. But otherwise, I mean, I'll drop
Mr.
the
Butler, do you
statement.
know what you have to do to get your license back?
Well, so I was under the impression that I just have to work out things with you guys, and then I should be good to go to get my license back.
Do you have tickets in
You're
other
saying we're the only
jurisdictions?
one?
I'm sorry.
Are we the only thing stopping you from getting your license?
Yes.
All right, well, Jane, that's an August 18 violation of seatbelt that he hasn't paid, $192. That one's in default.
Okay, I'm going to just give him allowing unlicensed.
All right,
You can-
Mr. Butler, the offer is allow unlicensed driver to operate a vehicle, which is a misdemeanor, carries a possible penalty of up to $500 fines plus court costs and up to 90 days in jail. The good thing about this charge is it will not result in any points, and it should not result in an added suspension period. If you were to plead guilty or be found guilty that drove while license suspended, that's a 2-point offense for Secretary of State. Do you understand the difference between the offer and the charge that you're currently facing?
Yes, sir.
And do you have enough information to make a decision about that offer?
Yes, sir.
What do you want to do, sir?
I would like to accept that offer.
All right. Is it true that you drove a vehicle on August 18, 2020?
Yes.
And were you at a location of 94 near Wayne Road?
Yes.
And at that time, was your license suspended, revoked, or denied?
Yes.
I will accept your plea to the added charge, sir. I'll dismiss the drove while license suspended, revoked, or denied. I'm showing your address on Greenlawn Street. Is that a good address, sir?
Yes.
And I've got a phone number 707-9061, correct?
Yes. 248 area code.
Correct. Mr. Butler, are you working?
Yes.
Where do you work, sir, and how long have you been employed there?
I'm an independent contractor for Butler's Towing. I'm a tow truck driver.
And how long have you been with the company?
I've been with the company for 3 years.
Okay. All right. Anything you want me to consider before I set the terms of sentence on the added charge?
Yeah, I do just want to apologize about the situation, but
Okay. Anything else?
no, sir.
All right. The seatbelt that's in default, there's a total of 192. On the misdemeanor, allow unlicensed driver to operate, total is 400, so 592. I can let you have a due date as long as you can pay that within 30 days, or I'll set you up with a formal payment plan. How do you want to handle that?
I can pay within 30 days. That's fine.
Just pay it within 30?
Yes.
Okay. Do you have any questions, Mr. Butler?
So will I just make that payment online?
You can pay it online, but if you do that, it will cost you extra money because there's a third-party vendor that processes those payments for us. I'm going to give you the 30 days. If you want to actually come to the court, do a face-to-face transaction, or mail something or drop something in our Dropbox, that gives you time to do that and save those extra fees. You're certainly okay to go online. I just want to warn you that if you do it online, it costs extra.
Okay.
Understood?
Yes, sir.
Any questions?
No.
You're all set.
Thank you.
You're welcome, sir. And Mr. Rather, any luck?
Yes, I did get in touch with her. She said that she was in the, she thought she was in the waiting room.
She's not in our waiting room.
Oh, man.
Not unless she's Rebel 4.
Well, Rebel 4, yeah, we have a phone that was trying to get in with no body on it. We just were, it's like somebody had their phone laying on a table or something.
Oh.
Let's try her again. We'll try that Rebel 4 again and see if maybe it's your client.
Could be in a different judge, like in one of the other judges' courtrooms.
She said she was in court. She said it said courtroom 2. Oh, I think that is her. I'm sorry, I forgot to have her change her name.
She's not connected either.
Yeah, if counsel, if you want to call her, just put her on your speakerphone.
Okay, I can do that right now.
That'll avoid some of the technological issues.
Got it.
Maybe. We got a plan on this file when we get her?
We do. It's going to be a plea.
Okay.
It's a EWAP and ag assault, a plea, 6 months probation.
All right, enter without and what?
I'm sorry,
What's the plea? Enter without permission and what else?
and aggravated assault, both misdemeanors,
Thank
6
you.
months probation.
Both of those are up to 1 year, $1,000, aren't they, Jane?
EWAP is 90 or 93 days. Ag assault is a 1 year.
93?
Yeah.
Thank you. And Mr. Rather, you are muted, just so you know.
Yeah. Oh, I think she's coming up now.
Miss Ballard?
Ballard, can you hear me?
Miss Ballard?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Hi, hang on just a second.
Counsel, your appearance for Ms. Ballard.
Please, Karen Houston should be fine. Couple legal issues I definitely have to work through.
Appearance for
Sir,
Ms.
you're
Ballard,
muted.
Mr. Walther. You're,
I'm sorry, Tim Rather, P number 70539.
all right. Ms. Ballard, can you hear your attorney and myself?
Yes, sir.
I don't know where all that noise is coming from. Ms. Ballard, I understand that you are going to enter a plea of guilty to the added charge of entering without owner's permission and aggravated assault today, and the felony count would be dismissed. Is that your understanding?
Yes, sir.
Enter without owner's permission is punishable by up to 93 days in jail, up to $500 fines plus court costs. Aggravated assault is up to 1 year, up to $1,000 fines plus court costs. You understand that? Ma'am? Ms. Ballard, do you understand the possible penalties?
Yes, sir.
And did you discuss your rights and options with Mr. Rather?
She's gone. There she is again.
Her audio went out.
Mr. Rather, you want to try again?
I can try and call her if I can put her on speaker. Give me 1 second. I apologize.
Judge,
Paula?
I show Joe Hall is in there with his client, but when he's not on the docket, and when I looked it up, it showed that he was supposed to be here last week.
I was just going to tell you, I don't have a file for them.
That, and he just checked. Oh, you brought him in.
I'm trying to.
He's not connected. iPad, can you tell me your name, please?
Dave
Sir, what?
Ottman.
Advanced
Sorry.
Asphalt.
I'm sorry, that was Dave what, please?
Ottman, Ottman, from Advanced Asphalt Paving.
What time were you scheduled, sir?
9:30.
Don't show him on the docket.
Paul, I don't see him on our docket.
I'm gonna look it up real quick. Is it under
Sir, is
advanced,
advanced?
sir?
Yes.
Advanced Asphalt Paving.
That's what
Is
the ticket
Advanced
says?
Asphalt a corporation?
Yes,
Do you have an attorney with you?
yes.
Who's the attorney?
Jake. I don't know his last name, but he's supposed to be here.
All right, well, you're not on my docket, so we'll put you in the computer and try to figure out where you're supposed to be.
Actually, it shows that he's scheduled for, he's scheduled for a trial at 11:30, Judge.
That explains
yeah.
why your attorney's not here, sir. You're just a little bit early.
They told us 9:30.
All right, you're on our docket for 11:30.
Oh, okay.
We'll be back. When you say trial, what, can you explain?
I'm assuming he's charged, the company's charged with a misdemeanor.
Correct.
Why would that be?
So
We
They
did everything we
did
were
not-
told.
Talk
We
to
did
your,
everything we were told.
you may want to talk to your attorney, sir.
you're scheduled 11:30, sir. I'm still dealing with the people that were scheduled at 8:30 and 9. So we'll talk to you later. Talk to your attorney in the meantime.
Thank
Okay.
you.
Mr. Hall, you're muted.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning. We do not show you on the docket today.
That is interesting. We had it set up to today at 9 a.m. is what we had from our last pretrial. Yeah, which was about a little over a week. Oh no, it was exactly 1 week ago.
All right, so let's do this. Paula, why don't you call down and have somebody bring the file up, see if we can accomplish something.
Thank you.
Bear with us, Mr. Hall.
Absolutely, Judge. We did speak with Ms. Gillis yesterday, so I think we're just going to be looking for a bench trial date in this one.
Well, we don't need a file for that. Is that right, Jane?
That's correct, Your Honor. I would,
Okay.
well, I'm going to need a copy of the ticket.
All right. Mr. Risner, you understand that you have a constitutional right to a jury trial?
Yes, Your Honor.
And you want to waive that and schedule this for a bench trial?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Paula, what are we doing for dates? I'm assuming July 14th, which is our next one.
Yes, sir.
It's a rough day.
We can do that at
July
11.
14th in the afternoon work? Mr. Hall?
Let's see. Your Honor, we do have, actually, we already have an exam in front of you that day at 2:30. So I suppose that day is as good as any.
Awesome. Let's do it July 14th at 1:30. Mr. Risner, that work?
That works for me, Your Honor.
All right. We'll put you on the calendar, gentlemen.
Your Honor, would that be contemplated as being in person or Zoom, or do we know at this point?
Live, if it works for you.
Hey, that sounds good to me. I miss being in those courts.
Yep, I miss having you. All right, so July 14th, 1:30, gentlemen.
Thank you very
Enjoy your
much.
day.
And take care, Your Honor, and take care, Jane, everybody.
See you, Joe.
Mr. Rather, any luck?
No, I have left her. I tried to leave her a voicemail. Her voicemail's full. I sent her a text message and told her to just call me. So I'm going to try and call her one more time. But I don't know what happened.
Okay.
She hasn't
She's-
responded.
What?
She is in the waiting room again under Rebel 4.
Jeez.
Try to bring the rebel in. Maybe she got that figured out.
We also have Christian Thomas in the waiting room for you, Mr. Rather.
Great. We're just going to set an exam. Thank you.
And
What
she's
time's
not
Thomas
connected
scheduled?
with her audio.
What time is Thomas scheduled? I got it. Never mind. All right, counsel, I'm going to set the Ballard file aside. If you can make contact with her, we'll try to take care of it.
Yes, John.
And you're ready on Thomas, or do we need to let you talk to her?
I'm ready on Thomas. We've spoken.
We do have Miss Ballard connected now.
Miss Ballard, can you hear us?
Yes, sir. I'm getting that service.
All right.
I'm sorry.
So did you hear me explain the possible penalty for the two charges?
Yes, sir.
And did you have a chance to discuss your rights with Mr. Rather?
Yes, sir.
You understand those rights and the options presented to you by those rights?
Yes, sir.
Understanding all of this, are you pleading guilty to those charges freely and voluntarily today?
Yes.
Mr. Rather, would you like to do the voir dire to get me a factual basis?
Yes, Your Honor. Just 1 second. Let me pull up the
Sure.
file again. Ms. Ballard, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. I can hear you.
Okay, great. Ms. Ballard, on October 8th, 2017, were you at the location of 6536 Parkside Drive in Van Buren Township?
Yes, sir.
And was there an individual by the name of Eva Sims at that location?
Yes, sir.
And she is the lawful owner or occupant of the location in Van Buren Township where this occurred, correct?
Yes, sir.
And at that time, on that date and time, did you enter her home in that location without her permission?
No.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear what you said. Did you
I
enter
said-
her location without permission?
No, sir.
Okay, we have an issue then.
Y'all put in breakout?
Please. Thank you, Judge.
All right, Paula, put Ms. Ballard and Mr. Rather in a breakout, please. Mr. Thomas, just hang tight where you're at, sir.
It's the sugar, not the Well, I took it and then I realized, you know what, over Memorial Weekend when we were moving and all that, I just kind of lost.
I tried to put her in, Judge, but yep, she just went.
Paul, you better have Heather call the jail and see what's going on.
Okay, Judge, I will.
Mr. Hashem, can you hear me?
Good morning, Your Honor. I can hear you.
What time are you scheduled, sir?
9 a.m., sir.
Under the name Hashem?
No, sir, I'm the investigator.
Oh, okay. For what file?
What was it? I'm sorry.
What file?
Case number is going to be 5369. Flemings, yes, sir.
Flemings, all right. Ms. Gillis, do you need to speak to this officer? He's on Flemings.
Yes.
Paula, could you put Hashem and Gillis in a breakout?
I got him. Heather is going to call the jail for us. We had the attorney for Vontina Parker, but they bugged out.
Mr. Forrest, what are you here for?
Good morning, Your Honor. I'm here for Jude Bekowitz, PCC.
Beckwitz with a B?
Yes. Yes, he is on board.
Scheduled at 9:15.
You don't happen to have your client, do you, Mr. Forrest?
I do not. I thought he was going to be logged on. I can give him a call.
Yeah, not yet. See if you get him on the phone.
Okay.
Judge,
Yes.
I'm sorry. We have an attorney who has a 2:30 exam. Just call and say he had a family emergency and wants to know if he can get an adjournment.
Yeah, with a stipulation from the prosecutor,
Okay.
or he can get on, or put him on Zoom. We'll talk about it right now.
All right, I'll have him sign in.
Yeah.
We should be ready to go with Ballard now.
We're gonna wait for her to get out of the breakout room.
I'm here.
You're not the one I'm waiting for, Jane.
Oh,
Got to get Mr. Rather's client out of the breakout. Mr. Forrest, any luck?
Yes, he's logging on now, Judge.
I'm in.
Not yet.
Do we have Vincent Haysha yet?
Yep.
Yes, we do.
Okay.
Paula, can you dump the breakout room so we can get Mr. Rather's client back in?
Yes, sir, I will. She should be there in about 5 seconds.
And then, Mr. Rather, you're ready for Thomas, correct?
That is correct, Your Honor.
She's out, Judge.
Miss Ballard, are you there? Miss Ballard, can you hear me?
Yes, sir, I can hear you.
All right, Mr. Rather, let's try again.
Thank you, Judge. Ms. Ballard, can you hear me okay?
Yes, sir.
All right, great. So back to the questions that I was asking you. Just to be clear, the address was 6536 Parkside, Van Buren Township, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you entered that location without the owner's permission, Miss Eva Sims, is that correct? And at
hold on, I didn't hear that. Ms. Ballard, okay. What was your answer to the question? Sir. Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Rather.
Thank you, Judge. And at that time also, Miss Sims was, or you were part of you assaulted Miss Sims, correct?
Yes, sir.
And as a result of assaulting Miss Sims, she did sustain some injuries. Is that correct? Are you aware of that?
No, I wasn't aware, but yes, sir.
Okay, so as a result of your assault on Miss Sims, she did sustain some injuries, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Satisfied.
I'm satisfied.
Ms. Gillis?
I'm satisfied, Your Honor. I'm requesting, and part of the deal is 6 months probation.
I will accept the plea to the added charge, dismiss the original count 1, and I will accept the plea to the original count 2, aggravated assault. Miss Ballard, I've got your address on Senate Street. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. 66.
Your phone number is
Senate Street.
Yes, ma'am. Is your phone number 660-8244?
Yes, 248-660-8244.
Thank you. And Miss Gillis, have you had conversation with Miss Sims so you can share with me, or do I have to set this for a sentencing and send a notice to the complainant?
We have had contact with Miss Sims, our office, and she was fully aware of this plea. The co-defendants got the same offer, and they both got 6 months probation. Whether the court wants to make it reporting, non-reporting, or any other added conditions, we don't care.
Mr. Rather, what kind of criminal history, if any, does Miss Ballard have?
She doesn't have a criminal history.
Thank you. Anything else I should know about Miss Ballard or the situation before I sentence?
I don't believe so, Your Honor. Thank you.
Ms. Ballard, is there anything you want me to consider before I sentence on these charges?
No, sir.
Ms. Ballard, you can unmute yourself. On each of these charges, I'm going to put you on a non-reporting 6-month probation. Conditions of the probation are you stay out of trouble, no new criminal violations, and no further problems with Ms. Sims. Each one of these files has a total of fines and costs of $500 for a grand total of $1,000. Can you pay that within 30 days, or do you want me to just give you a monthly payment plan?
I've been within 30 days. To be safe, we could do a monthly plan. If I pay it off, is that fine?
I'm having trouble hearing you. Did you say, can you have a payment plan and still pay it off early if you want to? I can't understand you, ma'am. Your audio.
That is what she asked, Your Honor, if she could have a payment plan, but she may be able to pay it off. She wanted to know if that was fine.
Yes. How much per month? When can you start?
I don't know what it is.
I'll send her
out of that, Mr. Rather.
Can you hear me?
All right, ma'am, your audio is useless. I can't understand anything that you're saying.
I said, can I can start on the
you
first of
can,
the month?
How much?
$50.
All right, we'll set it at $50 a month, starting on or before July 2nd.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Judge.
Good luck.
Thank you. Timothy, am I done?
You are, ma'am.
You are. I'll talk to you soon, Ms. Ballard. Thank you, Judge.
Mr. Thomas, you can unmute yourself, please. What, Paula?
I do have an attorney from Mr. Reichert's office who zoomed in so they could talk with Jane.
From whose office?
From Mr. Randa's office, the one for the 2:30.
Is this about the adjournment? They
Yes.
want to have a conversation with Jane?
Yeah, well, you had him zoom in. He's at the family.
Yeah, but I don't want to talk.
emergency.
I don't want to talk to him right now.
Okay.
Mr. Rather, you're appearing for Mr. Thomas.
Yes, Your Honor. Timothy Rather from the Neighborhood Defender Service of Detroit, P number 70539, on behalf of Mr. Christian Thomas, who is present.
And what are we doing?
Your Honor, we do have discovery on this case, and we are asking for a live preliminary examination to be scheduled.
Okay, can I ask something?
How
Tim, you
far
got
out
all
you
the
wanna go?
discovery?
Yes.
Because we thought it was Nancy Richards we were sending it to.
Oh, I ended up getting it, so I'm fine.
Okay, good. He does it, yeah.
How about July 14th?
That works, Your Honor.
In the afternoon.
Sure.
12 o'clock?
Perfect.
All right, Mr. Thomas, you got all that?
Yes.
Bond is continued.
Great. Thank you, Judge. I'll be in touch with you again, Mr. Thomas.
Okay, you said
Have a good day, gentlemen.
another Zoom meeting July 14th?
Yes, at noon.
12.
No,
Okay.
that's a live exam. That's a
I'm
live
sorry,
exam.
that's right. It's an exam. I'll be in touch with you about it.
Okay.
All right, bye.
All right, Paula, now you can bring the attorney in. What's the defendant's name?
Defendant's name is Reichert. They're scheduled at 2:30. The attorney is Tanya Bowers for Jeffrey Randa. Good morning, Miss Bowers.
Ms. Bowers, are you connected?
I am connected.
All right, I understand you're calling in on the Reichert matter that's scheduled for this afternoon?
Correct, Your Honor.
Okay, currently scheduled for a 2:30 exam. I understand Mr. Randa's had some kind of an emergency, correct?
Correct.
Ms.
We're
Gillis,
asking,
the defense.
sorry.
Go ahead, ma'am.
And unfortunately, we don't have any other coverage for the afternoon due to other conflict schedules. So we are asking for an adjournment of the live in-person exam.
Ms. Gillis, this is on the Reichert matter scheduled at 2:30.
Yeah, we'll have to call everybody off right now.
Who is everybody? That's what I want to know. Is it all police witnesses? What do we got?
Is OWIC, it would just be an officer.
One officer we're gonna have to call.
Okay, I don't see any reason why we can't do an adjournment if we just got one police officer witness.
Right, because the blood and all the chain of custody is stipulated in statute.
Okay, all right, so Ms. Bowers, are you able to set a new exam date, or do you want to wait until we can get Mr. Randa involved on that?
I am looking at the office calendar right now. And I do apologize for requesting to go out this far, but the rest of June is sort of a hot mess. Is there any way we could go to July 7th?
I can't do the 7th. I can do the 14th or the 21st.
And it would, the 14th in the afternoon, correct?
Both days would be afternoon, counsel.
The 14th would work better.
July 14th. So when you cancel the officer, tell him. At what time?
12 o'clock, 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock.
Can we do 2 o'clock?
That's fine. Bond will be continued. This is live. Just so we're clear, it's going to be a live exam again.
Correct.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Good luck to Mr. Randa.
I will pass along the message.
Have a good day.
You too.
Paula, what do we got for work?
Judge, the first attorney is the attorney for that advance that has an trial scheduled. Maybe the advanced asphalt, and we told the guy to call back at 11:30.
So.
Yeah, I can't find a file for that, and go ahead and bring him in.
And also
You might have
Heather
somebody
called
bring me some files.
Heather called the jail and there's no answer. She's continuing to try.
All right. Ask somebody to bring the files up for advance too.
Okay, will do. I'll find out who this iPad and iPhone are.
Counsel, how do you pronounce your last name?
Wojtkovich.
Mr. Wojtkovich, I think advance is scheduled for 11:30, although your client did call in early.
Oh, I'm sorry. I had it down as 9:30.
Is that scheduled for a bench trial today? Formal hearing? What do we got scheduled? I don't have a file in front
It
of me.
is a bench trial, Your Honor. It's a misdemeanor because it's a commercial vehicle.
Okay. If you can get your guy back in the Zoom room, I'll request a file, and then as soon as we've got a break, we'll try to take care of it.
I have no issue doing it at 11:30 either, Your Honor.
Okay, well, that'll
Yeah.
give me time to get my hands on a file. All right, we'll see you at 11:30 then.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor.
Yep, sorry about the confusion.
No problem, my fault.
Morning, Mr. Bitar.
Morning, Your Honor. How are you today?
Wonderful.
Here to relieve Mr. Bowditch. Jeff, thank you for covering for me.
Dan, we have had no calls as of yet, so you're right on time.
Great.
All right, Dan, talk to you later.
Have a good day. Thank you again.
Oh, you're always welcome.
Ms. Parker, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. Parker, we do not have Attorney Jaffe in our waiting room yet.
Okay, he did call me earlier and inform me that he had another court proceeding before mine.
All right, we'll put you in the waiting room until we get your attorney in.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
I just chatted to iPhone. Okay, talk to those two. I'm going to find out who Talayla is. You brought in Mr. Forrester.
Yeah, he's waiting for his client.
He should be in the waiting room, I believe.
I don't see him in the waiting room.
He's not.
Unless he's under
He's not in our waiting room.
Talaya's phone.
No, Talaya's been trying to connect for the last hour. Counsel, he might be in one of the other, we've got about 6 different Zoom addresses for the court between probation and civil and the judges. So he might be
Yeah,
in one of the
I
wrong
texted
waiting
him this
rooms.
number, so.
We're not seeing him. Paul, is Dwyer on the docket anywhere that you can see?
I was just looking for him, Judge. I don't see him. Let me look him up.
Good morning, Mr. Dwyer.
Good morning. How are you?
Wonderful. Who are you calling in for? What's the case name?
It is the preferred produce case.
Terrible audio. I can't understand you.
I'm sorry. Can you hear me now?
Not very well.
It's the preferred produce case. Case number 0. Ask Mr. Dwyer. Morning. How are you?
What time are you scheduled?
10:30.
10:30?
Correct.
And what's the name on the file?
I see it, Judge. SLFH Produce.
Yeah, I just found it. Jane, you see that one? 10:30 SL Produce?
Uh, 10:30.
I do, Judge, but I send the dockets out to the, I forward all the dockets now to MSP because they were complaining. So if an officer's going to come on, he's going to come on at 10:30.
All right, so are you saying you can't do anything with Mr. Dwyer until 10:30?
Right, correct.
Okay, well, let's find out if we're gonna do anything with Mr. Dwyer at all. Mr. Dwyer, you understand that? The prosecutor can't do anything because she doesn't have the officer until 10:30.
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Hopefully the audio connection is better at 10:30.
Jane, you said you needed to talk with Vincent Haysha.
No, I'm just wondering where he is. The
He's
officer
in the
that's here.
waiting room.
Well, the officer that's on the screen, Mr. Hussein Hasham, he's on this case, and I know it's going to be set for exam, so I just thought I'd keep him on and we'd set the exam so he knows the date right away.
His client, oh, that must be her, Talea. I'll bring those two in, Judge.
Mr. Hayes, are you there?
Hi, Vince.
Hey, Jane, good morning. How are you? Morning, Judge.
Good morning, Mr. Hayes. We've been trying to connect with Ms. Flemings for 4 or 5 times now, and we just can't get her audio connected. Do you have a good phone number for her?
I do. Just one second.
Why don't you call her and try to get her on? Why don't you call her and try to get her on speaker?
Let me see if Ms. Flemings, can you? Okay, yeah, I can do that right now. Just a sec. Oh, Ms. Flemings, can you hear us?
I can hear you now. I was just
Okay.
pushing the buttons. I apologize. Trying to get in.
Judge, this is going to be a
Now she's
waiver.
connected. All right, put your appearance on for Ms. Flemings, counsel.
Thanks, Your Honor. Vincent Hayes, 76506, appearing with and on behalf of Ms. Flemings, who's present by way of Zoom with no objection.
Thank you. Ms. Flemings, you understand the purpose for a preliminary exam?
Yes.
You've discussed your options with Mr. Hayes. You understand your rights and options?
Yes.
Understanding all of that, are you waiving this exam?
Yes.
Ma'am, you understand that if I enter a waiver, that means this file is going to be scheduled downtown for your next court appearance?
Yes.
Understanding all of this, Ms. Flemings, are you waiving the exam freely and voluntarily today?
Yes.
Mr. Haysha, Ms. Gillis, are you both satisfied with the waiver?
Satisfied.
Satisfied, Your Honor.
I am as well. So we'll set the date downtown until they adjourn it at least for the 23rd, 9 a.m., June 23rd.
Thanks, Your Honor. Ms. Flemings, I'll call you off the record. Jane, I need to talk to you about the Redford case, but I'll call you later on today. Thank you, Judge.
Okay.
Take
Okay,
care.
after 4, because we don't get out of here till after 4.
Will do. I'll call your cell. Thanks, all.
Downtown, Ms. Flemings.
Do you have that right card? Please return it.
I'm sorry.
Good luck downtown, ma'am.
Do you want me to find out who the iPhone is, Judge? Or?
That might be
give
my
it a shot.
client. He claims he's logged on.
And what was his name again, Ms. Forrest?
Jude
Beckwith.
Beckwith.
Yeah. Let's keep our fingers crossed. Oh, we got the jail coming in too, Paul.
Okay, well, whoever that was just dropped out, so he's not coming in.
Disappeared.
Yep, I'll bring the jail in.
Bring the jail.
Judge, I have an in-person exam in 15 minutes. Is there any way I could waive his presence?
What are we doing with it?
It's a PCC. I wanted to ask for a discovery order and modification of the bond on the tether.
I'm sorry, you want a discovery order and then what else?
And I was going to ask the court to remove the tether condition of the bond.
All right, I guess we can do that without him.
What case is this?
Jane, where are we at with discovery? This is on the Bekowitz matter.
Bekowitz. What
Case
time
number
was that at?
210124.
Oh, you know what? That is not my case. That's a special prosecutor. She should have been zoomed in by now. It's Nita Simone.
She's a half hour late right now.
Okay, I'm going to text her.
We do have the jail on, and we have Mr. Denowith for one of the cases. I did bring in Lillian Diallo as well, Judge.
I think Madam Clerk, Tim Rather thinks he was appointed on that case, so I think there needs to be a substitution of counsel, however the court wants to do that.
I don't,
Are you
Well, I
retained,
mean-
Ms. Diallo?
I don't even know which case he's talking about right now. I have two matters
Yeah,
out
I don't
there.
either. So how about nobody talk for just a second? Good morning, Jail.
Good morning, Judge.
Who do you have in the chair, please?
In the chair, we have Sergio Bilu.
All right. Good morning, Mr. Bilu. Ms. Diallo, that's yours, isn't it? All right. Ms. Diallo, if you'd be so kind as to put your appearance on the record for Mr. Bilu.
Lillian Diallo on behalf of Sergio Ballou, who's present via the Wayne County Jail on Zoom technology.
Thank you,
Jane
counsel.
Gillis on behalf of
Do
the
you need a
people.
break? Thanks, Jane. Ms. Diallo, do you need a breakout with Mr. Ballou?
I do.
I'm going to be out of the country.
All right, we can do that. Paula, can you put Ms. Diallo in a breakout with Mr. Ballou?
Right now, sir.
Okay. Is there any dates in August for that? Second, grab my pen so I can write the dates you're good down.
Any Wednesday.
Any Wednesday, that's one.
It's only Wednesdays.
While they're in the breakout room, do you want me to try to find out who the iPhones are, Judge?
Try.
Judge
Ms.
Oakley,
Parker, we're still waiting for your attorney.
and in the meantime, Judge Oakley, I have a little problem. We adjourned that Reichart case and we just got a call back from the officer, and the only officer we need on that case, and he is out of the country the date that we scheduled for.
Yeah. You can do the 21st, 28th, 1st, any Wednesday after that.
Any
20th.
Wednesday after the 20th, so 21st, 28th, August.
28th.
So we're gonna have to call,
All right.
we need to call Mr. Jeffrey Randa's office back. Sorry.
That's all right. We'll make it work. Paula,
Yes, sir.
make a note. We gotta get a hold of counsel to adjourn.
I will do that.
Let him know.
Thank you, Jane. Ms. Parker,
have
did you
Ms.
hear me? We're still waiting for your attorney?
Yes, I heard you, Your Honor.
All
Thank
right.
you.
You're welcome. And we've got Mr. Beckwith, Mr. Forrest.
We have Miss Diallo
But
back.
no
from-
prosecutor.
Ms. Diallo, are you ready on Bellew or do you need more time? Ms. Diallo, do you need more time on Bellew?
Can't hear
Can't
you.
hear you. Oh, she lost her audio.
Sounds like a sick doctor.
Jane, did you have any luck with our prosecutor on Bekowitz?
Yeah, she's jumping on right now.
What's her name?
Nita Simone. What's the number here? 4919. No. Is it 4919? What's the rest of your Zoom number?
I don't know. Paula?
It's 491-975-6074.
Okay, here she comes. She's coming in right now. Sorry about that. She didn't know, I guess.
iPhone, can you tell me your name, please?
Deborah usually does, but I think it's bullshit that we have to tell her about us. Not only were they not working.
Desiree Butler.
Butler, Paula, you got that?
Yeah, the only other Butler I have is Walter Butler.
No, there's a Desiree.
Oh,
I've got the file in front of me. Just relabel her and put her in the waiting room.
okay. Thanks, Judge.
She says the
Ms.
computer keeps
Diallo.
booting her.
Yes, I'm back. I can hear.
That's her problem, Jane. That's not on our end.
She's gonna try calling, I guess. I don't know.
If nothing else, have her put her on your speakerphone. Ms. Diallo, are we connected with you? You got audio?
Yes, yes,
There we go. All right. Did you get enough time in the breakout room with Mr. Bellew?
I did, Judge. Thank you.
All right. And what are we going to do today, counsel?
We're going to adjourn the PCC so I can get a discovery. The link was sent over on the weekend. And it's not a small file, Judge.
All right. So you think you've got it. You just haven't had a chance to digest it yet.
Right. Oh, it's a lot to digest.
Okay. Understood. So how far down the road do you want to go? Go ahead, Jane.
I was gonna tell you, Mr. Diallo, it says here in the notes that it was sent as two separate, is that right? As separate case links, the video on one and the paper on another, okay?
Yeah, I got it. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, it's large. That's why it's two.
Ms.
So
Diallo,
Judge,
how
if we
much
can
time?
go 2 weeks, if that's okay.
Yeah, no problem.
Thank you.
So 23rd.
That's fine.
How about 9:15?
Works for me. I'm sorry, Judge. Hold on 1 second. The other court keeps calling me in. I apologize. Yeah, that's fine. 9:15 on the 23rd for Mr. Bellew. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, counsel. And Deputy, we're ready for the next one. Who you got now?
Judge, this is Mr. Omari Parker.
Okay, now I think there's some confusion as to who Mr. Parker's attorney is. Now it seems like I have no attorneys that want to represent Mr. Parker.
Is this Fontina Parker?
No, Omari Parker. Correct,
Yes.
sir, what's your name?
Omari Parker.
Oh.
Yeah, I had Diallo down as that on that one too. Miss Diallo, is that one yours too?
It is one of
Oh,
mine.
okay.
Yeah.
All right, I got confused with those people talking about waivers and substitutions and, all right. And do you need a breakout with this defendant?
No, Judge, I had the opportunity to have one yesterday. We're going to be asking for a couple of more weeks. I don't even have the discovery on this one yet.
You think we can tag it on with that one we just set? So hopefully you can kill two birds with one stone that day?
I pray. Yes, sir. That sounds efficient.
All right, so that was, I already forgot when we did that.
The
2 weeks from
23rd of
today,
June.
wasn't it? And that was at 9:30 we set it?
You said it was 9:15.
9:15, okay.
Yes, sir.
All right, bond will be continued. Mr. Parker, you understand what we're doing?
Yes.
Do you have any questions for your attorney before I let you go?
No.
All right, thank you, jail.
Thank you. You take care.
Judge, that'll be
You too, counsel.
is that a PCC on the 23rd?
Who's talking?
Sorry, APA Ben Denowith for the people.
On what file?
Omari Parker.
Oh, thank you. Yes, PCC.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
We do have APA Simona in now, Judge, for.
All right, and that's on Bekowitz, correct, counsel?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, so let's get this right. Mr. Forrest, your appearance on Bekowitz. Now we got Mr. Bekowitz, we got both attorneys, so let's get appearances.
Good morning,
Good morning,
for the
Your Honor.
record. For the record, Nidal Simona for the people, P45356.
And good morning, Your Honor. Matthew Forrest, P73168, appearing on behalf of Jude Bekowitz, who appears via Zoom. We have no objection to use of that technology.
All right, and Mr. Bekowitz, you can hear everyone?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. All right, and Mr. Forrest, what were we going to do?
Judge, I have not received any discovery up until this date, so I'd ask the court for an order of discovery, and I'd also like to address the defendant's bond, Judge.
All right, so as to discovery, can you put together a discovery order? Send
Yes,
it to
Judge.
Ms. Simona, then get it over to the court. We can do all that by email. I can get it signed and send it back.
Yes,
Mr.
I will do
Forrest,
that this afternoon.
May I, if I could, Judge, Mr. Forrest, are you retained or are you appointed?
I'm appointed.
I did send discovery because it was asked to NDS for this case because there's a co-defendant in this case, and I sent that to the general NDS, email.
Well, I don't work for NDS.
Okay, that's what they were asking me to do. All right.
Mr. Forrest, I would suggest maybe you send your email to Ms. Simona by chat.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then currently, just so we're all on the same page, I'm looking at the notes in our file. It looks like there was an arraignment May 27, personal bond with tether for location, no contact, and medical conditions. Okay, so I think that brings us up to speed.
Also, Judge, there's a code. Excuse me. There's a co-defendant on this case. I thought the matter was going to be settled with a co-defendant. Judge Green has that PCC. We've been waiting for this case to come forward. We haven't been able to find the defendant. So that is scheduled for the 16th of June next week. I would ask the court to schedule it for that time so that we can move these together, please.
That would make sense. All right. And Ms. Simona, any objection to the GPS location tether being removed?
Yeah, I do object to that. We've been looking for this defendant for quite some time now. We had to get another team from the different police station to come and find him and locate him. He's intentionally been evading us, and so that's why he hasn't been.
That's not true. I received no notice.
Mr. Bekowitz.
Sir, don't do that.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead, Counsel.
So the apprehension team was that team that eventually found him, Judge. Yeah, we have an objection to at least the tether lets us know where he's at and make sure that he appears in court, and obviously for the protection of the victim, who is a young lady, she's 16.
All right, and Ms. Simona, back up a minute. Hold on, Ms. Ford. The co-defendant scheduled next week for PCC, what time?
The 16th at 9 a.m., I believe it is, Judge.
Thank you. Back to the tether argument, Mr. Forrest. What's the concern that Mr. Bekowitz has with the GPS tether?
Well, Judge, he has a number of medical issues, and it is causing him. It is causing him great discomfort due to his medical issues. And Judge, I don't know of this intentional evasion. It's my understanding Mr. Bekowitz has lived at this address in Detroit and has been there and received no notice of these charges. I'm not sure what evidence there is that he's been evading any charges. He's been in constant contact with me regarding this case and is ready and willing to defend himself of these allegations. There's no history of flight. He has no criminal history as far as I know. I don't think that a GPS tether is necessary in this matter. Mr. Bekowitz understands the seriousness of the charges and will appear in court as he did this morning.
I just need to hear more about why an ankle tether is causing him problems with feeding tube, epilepsy, or PTSD.
Right, and he has a left gait issue. Right, and he has a left gait issue. Mr. Bekowitz, would you like to explain more how the tether is affecting you?
Well, my first statement is that I am not going anywhere. I'm not going to run away. This is also the first notice that I received that this was an actual
Mr.
case.
Bekowitz, the question
happy
on the
to cooperate.
table is Mr. Bekowitz, the question is, how is the tether affecting you adversely? What's the problem with the tether?
The tether is cumbersome, and in the way, it is obviously more convenient than being in a jail cell. But it is a hindrance on my life and my lifestyle in general.
Okay,
I
what
have
I didn't
several
hear, Mr.
medical
Forrest,
issues
is
that
that he had any
overlap
problems with his
with
health issues.
concerns.
Bond will continue.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Next week, gentlemen.
Mr. Forrest, did you put your email in the chat?
No, I will.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ms. Mona. Thank you, Mr. Forrest. I think you're gone.
Thank you, Your Honor. Have a good day.
We finally have the attorney in for Miss Parker,
Yes.
for Vontina Parker.
I see that. I see that.
Mr. Forrest, are you going to sign out or are you still doing chat?
I'm going to sign out. I was just sending the email. Thank you.
Thank you.
Have a good day, Mr. Forrest.
You too, Judge. Thanks.
Counsel, do you pronounce your name Kalasa?
That's correct.
Good morning. Your appearance for Ms. Parker.
Yeah.
Mr. Kalasa, your appearance for Ms. Parker, please.
Oh, I'm sorry. Attorney Scott Colassa standing in for Attorney Brent Jaffe for Vontina Parker.
All right, and have you got your discovery on this file?
No, Your Honor, we have not obtained discovery yet, and therefore we are asking for an adjournment of this piece.
Jane, this looks like a Romulus file, so how much time should we do for the next PCC?
I think we have the paper discovery uploaded, and we've been in contact with Detective Otter, who's trying to upload it right now. So what I would guess is that we need at least 2 weeks. But if you can, counsel, can you tell me who you're standing in for again?
Attorney Brent Jaffe.
And then when we send you the stuff, we didn't know where to send it to, Your Honor. So when we send it, what email do you want us to use?
It can be sent to probably his email, but you can send it to our email, staff, it's STAFF, at jacklJaffe.com.
At LJAFFEY?
Yes, jacklJaffe.com.
ljaffe.com.
Yep.
Staff at
There's no
ljaffe.com.
Y,
Okay.
but Jane, I think you put a Y at the end of Jaffe. I don't think there is one.
Is it just JAFFE?
I can put it in the in a private chat to you.
Thanks.
Yeah.
I'm just
Thank
going
you.
to send it to you right now is why. I'm going to send you the paper right away.
All right. Mr. Kalasa, how about we adjourn this till the 23rd at 8:45 a.m.?
23rd.
Ms. Parker, that work?
Yes.
Bond will be continued.
July, I'm sorry, did you say June 23rd or July?
June 23, 2 weeks down the road, June 23.
Okay.
9 a.m.
PCC. And then put your staff at Jack Jaffe. Oh my God, I had it completely wrong.
And there's an L between the Jack and the Jaffe.
Do you want to send that?
And Phelps just texted me. She said she's going to talk to us when he gets out here.
Okay, we got it. We're going to send that the paper right now, and the video should be shortly thereafter, maybe tomorrow.
Okay. Are we all set?
All set, thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Have a nice day.
Miss Parker showed up in the waiting room again. I'll bring her in, see if she needs anything. We also have Royce Nunley with his client, Gottschalk, Gottschalk, scheduled at
Yeah,
10
I need you to
o'clock.
call. Go ahead, bring him in, but I need you to call Mark Hart's office and find out what happened with Mr. Butler's file that was scheduled at 8:45.
Okay.
Ms. Parker, do you have a question?
I didn't hear the last portion of it. The host had dropped me from the call.
All right, we adjourned your case 2 weeks down the road, June 23 at 8:45.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Your Honor.
So I'm all set.
You are. Thank you, counsel. Morning, Royce. We're trying to bring Mr. Gottschalk in.
Okay.
Good morning, Mr. Gottschalk.
Good morning.
Mr. Nunley, your appearance.
Royce Nunley appearing on behalf of defendant Guy Gottschalk.
And what are we doing?
So we were here a little while ago. It looks like May 24th, and I requested discovery at that time, but I've yet to receive anything on it.
You did not receive anything?
No, I haven't got anything yet.
All right, that was the 19th of May.
That was the 24th. I saw an arraignment on the 19th, and then there was something on the 24th, or maybe that was just an address update.
Well, the last note on the ROA is from May 19th.
May 19th. Okay.
When this court date was scheduled.
Okay. Yeah. Well, May 19th. Then my apologies. This
So
is
Jane, you just can't get anything from Belleville or what?
I made a phone call on it and we don't have a file on it, so I can call Robinson again.
What's your pleasure, Mr. Nunley?
Well, we can't really move forward without any sort of like discovery. As you can see, it's an extremely old case, so it's very likely that I'll be filing a speedy trial motion to dismiss. But before I do so, I would really like to see what's what's in the discovery. I mean, we could just kick it out for a motion date if you want, and then if I don't have the discovery by then, that'll be part of my motion, I suppose.
I like that better than just kicking the pretrial can down the road.
Okay.
How about July 14? No.
We don't have the file.
How about July 14 in the morning?
I am house counsel in Grosse Pointe Park that day.
21? July 21?
That's great.
Is this a motion date or a bench trial date?
The motion date.
Motion, I think he said, right, Mr. Nunley? Yeah. Motion?
Yep, motion.
9:15. Well, let's do it later in the morning if we're doing motion. Let's do 10:15.
10:15, got it.
All right, Mr. Gottschalk, your bond is continued. Do you understand what we're doing?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Anything else on this file, people?
Nope. Sorry.
Thank you.
All right, have a good one, Judge.
Judge, I did get a hold of Mark Hart's office. I spoke with his secretary, Josie, and she apologized for not calling and letting us know. Mr. Hart is just waiting for his client to get to his office. He likes him to be there with him when he calls in.
Thank you.
He will be calling in just a little late.
Thank you.
We do have a Kevin Reynolds and a Tarika Pasha who have both checked in. No attorney on either one.
Let me call you right back.
And we don't have Mr. Green either. He's the client for Mr.
Mr. Chambers.
Yes, I'm sorry. I was speaking to me. I couldn't hear. I'm here.
Mr. Chambers, you don't happen to have your client with you, do you?
No, he's in the hospital. He was supposed to be zooming in about 20 minutes ago. He contacted me and I spoke with him. He's in the hospital, just became a father.
Oh, good for him. Well, we've got somebody with an iPhone. Let's see if that's him.
Probably. I'm hoping. I know he's zooming in though, Judge.
What? We don't have this file at all.
So we don't have.
Yeah, but we should. It's a new case. I think sometimes she just misses.
And the iPhone's not connecting.
I just sent a chat with some kind of basic instructions on how they can connect.
What are we gonna do with this file, Mr. Chambers?
Judge, I spoke directly with Miss Sarah DeYoung from the Wayne County Prosecutor's Office in relation to this gun board letter that I sent. I spoke with her yesterday, or communicated with her yesterday, and spoke with her this morning. They had not reviewed the file up to this point. She did get an opportunity to look at the file briefly this morning, and they're going over it. There's some information that they want from me that I will be able to provide to them. I'm hoping by the end of the day today or tomorrow. So I would respectfully ask for one more adjournment. I think everything should be straightened out by then. They want to know what's going on or what happened on a previous matter. And I see Mr. Gentleman with the iPhone is coming in now.
Let's just adjourn this out till the 21st of July, 10 a.m. If you don't have anything by then, contact me before then so we can adjourn it without waiting for Wednesday morning.
That's plenty of time, Judge. 21st of July?
Yes, sir. 10 a.m. Mr. Green, congratulations on the new baby.
Thank you. I didn't have to come in here. My phone was about to die.
No problem. Congratulations. We're going to adjourn this out until July 21. Hopefully we can make this work with the gun board. Anything else on this file, counsel?
No, Judge. Did you say 9 a.m.?
10 a.m.
10? Okay, thank you. I appreciate it. Have a great day, all.
Mr. Green, back to that new baby and mama.
Thank you.
Thank you, counsel.
All right, thank you. Have a great day, all.
You can bring those misdemeanors in.
Okay. Kevin Reynolds is first. And he's scheduled at 10:15.
Yep.
And Mr. Reynolds is connected, sir.
Good morning, Mr. Reynolds.
Good morning. Good morning, Judge. How are you?
Reynolds, excellent. I've got two files here with your name on them from May 1/21. One
Yes,
is a
sir.
speeding ticket, one is a misdemeanor. The misdemeanor is invalid certificate of insurance, which is punishable by up to, I think that one's $100 fines plus court costs and up to 90 days in jail. You understand the possible penalty for the charge?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. The Assistant Wayne County Prosecutor, Ms. Gillis, is joining us today on Zoom. Ms. Gillis, is there an offer for Mr. Reynolds to consider?
Jane,
Mr.
you're
Reynolds,
muted.
Get insurance?
I don't drive the vehicle no more, Your Honor, or Ms. Prosecutor. But if I need to obtain insurance, I will.
No, I'll drop the insurance.
Go ahead, Ms. Gillis.
If he doesn't drive that car anymore, I'll drop the insurance and complete to speeding 11 to 16.
All right, so Mr. Reynolds, she's offering to drop the speeding ticket from 26 plus to 11 to 16 and dismiss the misdemeanor entirely. You understand the offer?
Can you please give me a little bit more information? I don't understand the numbers.
Yeah, the officer that issued you the ticket, the trooper issued you a speeding ticket for 26 miles an hour over the speed limit.
Yes, sir.
So the offer from the prosecutor is from that really bad speeding to a not so bad speeding, 11 to 16 miles per hour over.
Okay. I understand now.
And do you have enough information to make a decision?
Yes, sir.
What's your decision?
To take that offer.
Take the deal? All right. So the misdemeanor charge is dismissed. On the speeding ticket, I'll enter your responsible plea. Fines and costs $195. We're showing your address on Little Mac Ave, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Give me a phone number for you, please.
586-343-4706.
And that 195, can you pay that within 30 days, or do you want me to set you up with a monthly payment plan?
I can pay that, Your Honor, within that 30 days.
Do you have any questions, sir?
No, Your Honor. Do I pay that 190 to the Romulus court office?
195, 34th District Court in Romulus, correct.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome. Have a nice day.
You as well.
Thanks.
No problem.
I'm super tired today.
Well, I'm wired.
She's connected now,
I
Judge.
swear the older I get, the less I sleep. Good sleep.
Good morning, Ms. Pasha.
Good morning. How are you?
Wonderful. Ms. Pasha, I've got a file here for November 18, 2019. The charge is drove while license suspended, revoked, or denied. This is a misdemeanor. It carries a possible penalty of up to $500 fines plus court costs and up to 93 days in jail. Do you understand that?
Yes.
The prosecutor for this case is joining us, Ms. Gillis. Is there an offer for Ms. Pasha to consider?
Can you tell me, does her record reflect that she has a valid license now?
Currently, as of June 3rd, at least, it shows suspended.
My license is suspended right now. I just have to pay $178, I believe. At the time I was like trying to use the money that I had while I was working to like save up for my son because I was pregnant at the time. But now I'm working at Chili's and I can pay it like today. I paid $200, I believe, on the 2nd of this month. And I was just waiting for me to get a bank account so that I could pay the rest of my money and deposit my actual checks because I didn't have a bank account.
Ms. Gillis, you willing to adjourn it until she gets her license straight?
Yeah, pay all your tickets off. You must have tickets someplace.
The only ticket, I've called the court several times to make sure I'm paying the right amount. They've tried to set me up on a payment plan for $40 a month, but I ended up paying the $200, and then I called the court to see what the remaining balance was, and they said it was $178, which I can pay like today right now.
What court?
34th District.
Okay, that's where we're at, Judge. So
yeah,
maybe
I don't. Let me see. Hold on, let me check. Yeah, they're showing $45 clearance fee on this file and $178 on a no proof of insurance. So it's $223. Can you pay $223?
Yes, I can. Do I just log in the same way that I paid my last ticket?
You can pay it online, but if you pay it online, it costs you extra money for the processing.
Well, I can pay it right now. I can get my card information.
You want to adjourn it, Jane, or you want to just?
No, I'm just going to give her allowing on license. Let's just combine it all together and she'll have to pay it.
Okay. All right. So, Ms. Pasha, instead of adjourning it, the prosecutor's offering you a reduced plea. The drove while license suspended charge, which is what you're currently charged with, that would result on, if that went on your record, that would result on with 2 points from Secretary of State, and they will probably add to your suspension period. So, for example, if you're in the middle of a 6-month suspension now, they'll probably add to that. The offer from the prosecutor is, instead of the drove while license suspended, you would plead guilty to allow unlicensed driver to operate a vehicle. That has no points, would not affect your license. It's still a misdemeanor, so it still goes on your record as a misdemeanor conviction, but it doesn't go on your traffic record with points. You understand that?
Yes.
And are you prepared to make a decision on that offer, or would you like the advice of an attorney?
No, I'll go ahead and take the prosecutor's judgment.
Is it true that you drove a vehicle on November 18, 2019 at or near the airport, Metro Airport, while your license was suspended, revoked, or denied?
Yes.
All right, I'll accept your plea to the added charge. I'm going to dismiss the original charge in keeping with the agreement with the prosecutor. We're showing your address on Lonesome Dove, is that right?
Yes.
Phone number is still a 313 number, 758, that number?
Yes.
Okay, and I got the info, you're working now.
Yes.
You got a new son.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, are you working full-time?
Yes, I work full-time.
Okay, anything else you want me to consider?
No, I mean, I know what I did was wrong. I'm not gonna argue with it because I know I shouldn't have been driving at the time.
Okay, I'm gonna give you a break on this because you're paying on the other ticket as well. So on this file, it's $350. That includes the $45 clearance fee. So if you want to be completely done with us, it's $528. Can you pay that all at one time, or do you need to break it up?
I can pay it all at one time.
All right, so I'm just gonna give you I'm gonna say pay it within 30 days. The sooner you pay that, the sooner you can get your license straight with Secretary of State.
Okay.
Judge, I'm sorry, I
got
missed
all
the
that?
amount. I
On
missed
this
the,
file, it's $350.
Thank you.
Plus $178 on the other file. Ms.
Thank you.
Pasha, any questions?
No, you said 350 plus the 178, right?
Yes, the total is 528.
528. Okay, that's fine.
Good luck.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, bye-bye.
Congratulations on that baby too. Ms. Butler, not connected yet.
Can I bring that attorney in? I don't see him on anything on the docket.
Sure. Good morning, Ms. Butler.
She's not connected yet.
Good morning, counsel. He's not connected either.
He's got somebody there to help him. I'm going to send a chat. To both of them. It looks like counsel is connected, Judge.
Hello.
Good morning, counsel.
Good morning, Your Honor. This is Attorney Farina. I'm Mr. Saad.
I'm sorry, what file?
Let's see, case number.
Abdullah Saad. Abdullah Saad, sir.
Yes.
At 9:45, Judge.
All right, got the file. What are we doing today, counsel?
Your Honor, we had requested the 911 tapes. I believe we had the paper discovery, but counsel, I think we got a message that there are no 911 tapes. We really weren't fully understanding the communication because this is a 2019, October 13, 2019 matter. The police report said harassing communications. And that's what we believe the 911 call was for. It later changed to a couple of different things. We're not sure if there was a warrant signed before this one in 2019, 2020, because there's different case numbers at the top of the information, the warrants. But in any case, we don't have a full understanding why that 911 tape was not preserved. And I had a similar situation in Ypsilanti where we were told the same thing. Once we got the records clerks and I did an evidentiary hearing on it, we were able to disclose that the records were kept in different locations and different personnel. So I do need more information of why that 911 tape was never preserved since they started the investigation in 2019.
I can answer that, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
Okay, so I'm just reading notes. I did not work on this file, but it says the OIC confirms no 911 calls available. Their systems were transitioning at that time to a different system and it didn't get captured. The OIC did upload some other digital discovery for related case to this one, text. I can't read the handwriting, voicemails, etc. Uploaded all this to evidence.com, sent it to defense counsel, sent an email and CC'd APA Gillis to defense counsel explaining that we have sent everything that exists. That was sent to him on 5/12. I got a copy of that email and it was explained what happened. So there is no 911 calls.
I disagree. I disagree because an officer says, like I said, I encountered the exact same issue in Ypsilanti 6 months ago. We did conduct an evidentiary hearing. I have filed a FOIA request. I have filed a discovery order back in February. But because the officer says that, I would need to talk to the keeper of records to find out why. I don't understand what a transitioning means, but I need the keeper of records to see what they did. Did they destroy the 911 tapes when they transitioned, or it's kept in a different file location? I only explained that to counsel, and prosecutors I've known a long time. I believe she's telling the truth, what they've told her, obviously. But I'm saying that how we need to talk to the keeper of records. If we can schedule an evidentiary hearing and we can get a subpoena to find out exactly what happened to those tapes, because he says there's a transition, does not mean the tapes were destroyed. It means he may not have it, but it's in a different location. And if I didn't experience this and find it out myself, where tapes were supposedly not available to a police officer with the Ypsilanti Police Department, we then discovered them. They were kept in a separate location by a separate clerk. Through my experience, I would like an evidentiary hearing set. I would like the record keeper subpoenaed.
All right, so how much time do you want to prep your?
I think 3 weeks. Would that be sufficient, Jane?
It would. So Romulus case, I don't even know who the keeper of records is. I mean, I know who the.
If you.
Let's set it for the July 14th because that's my next docket.
That's fine.
We'll do it 11 a.m.
This is a Carolyn Harkins case, but I mean, I will tell her. But
if she can get me the name of the keeper of records, I can get subpoenas out to them. I've sent them FOIA requests already. Okay, July 14th.
Okay.
Bond will be continued July 14th, 11 a.m.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. Thank you, Jane.
All right. Good luck.
Thanks,
Have a good
Judge.
day, gentlemen.
You too, Judge. Be safe.
Judge, we have Mr. Hart in the waiting room.
Yeah, his client's name?
Butler, Walter Butler. We also have Miss Desiree.
I've got another. Yeah, we had 3 butlers on the file. One of them scheduled Darius Butler, and I can't find files.
We already took care of him.
Did we? All right.
Yeah.
Thank you.
This is Walter Butler.
Yeah, we got 3 different butlers on the docket this morning.
Yeah, he pled to it.
Desiree Butler. Good morning, Desiree.
Yeah. Good morning. Can you hear me?
I can. I've got a file from October 3rd. No insurance under the insurance code. It's a misdemeanor. Carries a possible penalty of up to 90 days in jail, up to $500 fines plus court costs. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
Are you prepared today to go forward without an attorney, or would you like to speak to a court-appointed attorney?
I believe I'm prepared to go without an attorney.
All right. Ms. Gillis is the prosecutor that's handling this file today. Ms. Gillis, is there an offer for Ms. Butler to consider?
Well, what I see on the docket sheet is that she had no insurance. You said there were some other things?
No. No insurance under the insurance code.
Is there a long
Just
record?
one file is all I've got.
Okay.
Her record says she's valid now.
Okay, Ms. Butler, what happened to the insurance? Do you have insurance now?
Yes, ma'am. I do have insurance. I also just would like to let you guys know I no longer drive the vehicle. I have a new vehicle and it is fully insured and registered.
Who's it insured through?
LA Insurance. I believe the insurance company is called General Insurance Services. I have a copy of my proof of insurance as well. I don't know how to send it to you guys, but you know.
Actually, when you hold it close, I can see it.
Oh, yes, ma'am. Here you are. And here is also the.
You know what, Judge? I'm gonna offer impeding.
All right, Ms. Butler. The offer is impeding traffic, which does not abstract. Actually, I think it does abstract, but it's no points.
It doesn't abstract.
Does not abstract?
No, sir, it does
So it
not.
does not go on your traffic record, but it allows us to assess some fines and costs. The no insurance misdemeanor would be dismissed.
Correct.
You understand that?
Yes, sir.
And do you have enough information to make a decision?
So you said it's gonna cost? Is that what you said? I'm sorry.
Yeah, there'll be fines and costs, but it will not go on your record as a criminal conviction.
Well, the 34th district, they kind of already mailed me a ticket for no proof of insurance, and I paid it. It was $270. Here's the ticket right here. It's paid. I also paid
what was the incident date for that ticket?
One more time.
What was the incident date?
The incident date, this is all October 3rd, sir.
So the Belleville Police Department wrote you a ticket for no proof of insurance on October 3rd and then submitted for a misdemeanor warrant from the prosecutor's office for the same incident?
If I'm being honest, I do not know the situations going on. I kind of, I don't drive the vehicle. I did pay the tickets, and I also paid $5 clearance fee. I just didn't want a warrant to be released in my name, and I don't want my license suspended. So I just want to make sure everything was okay.
Judge, I just pulled her up. She had a no proof of insurance that she did pay from Romulus, and then she had the no insurance from Belleville. So they're two separate tickets.
Okay, so two separate dates, Ms. Butler?
And two separate police departments.
I apologize. I thought 34th district was like Romulus thing. I apologize.
It's one court, but we deal with 11 different police departments.
Oh, okay. I apologize.
So do you understand the offer?
Yes, I do understand the offer.
And are you prepared to make a decision on that offer?
Yes.
What's your decision?
I will take the court fines, the court call.
All right, so you're going to plead responsible to impeding traffic and the misdemeanor would be dismissed, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, so the fines and costs on the impeding traffic, $250. Can you pay that within 30 days or do you need a payment plan?
Is it possible we can set up a payment plan?
Sure, how much per month and when can you start?
I was thinking maybe $100 a month and I can start in August.
Did you say 100 per month?
Yeah, we can do 100 a month if we can start in August.
All right, on or before August 5. Any questions?
I just wanted to make sure you said it had to be paid before August 5th or it starts August 5th.
You're going to start your monthly payments on or before August 5th. Understood?
Yes, sir.
You're all set.
Thank you so much. Y'all have a nice day.
You too. Good morning, Mr. Hart.
Morning, Judge.
Your appearance for Mr. Butler.
Mark Hart appearing on behalf of Walter Butler, Your Honor. He's here in my office. Judge, could we have a quick breakout room with Ms. Gillis?
You can. Paula, don't do that yet, though. I have a question for Ms. Gillis before I lose her.
Oh, you don't want to lose Ms. Gillis, Judge.
Well, I'd like her to get off her phone. Jane, you're muted.
People
We're gonna
call
put you in a
me every
breakout.
day of the week.
We're gonna put you in a breakout room with Mr. Hart, but before I do that, I've got Devin Dart, a larceny from February 24. Is there an offer on that file?
What time is it at?
Looking. Mr. Davis was scheduled at.
You said Dart.
10:15.
Oh,
I'm sorry,
10:15.
Devin Davis. Devin Davis at 10:15.
Yes.
PC. Okay, he has a defense counsel. According
Who's
to
that?
this,
I don't
it's,
have anything.
I don't show it on the docket.
I just, the
Find
notes
out.
from Elizabeth said the pretrial.
Mr. Davis, do you have an attorney?
Maybe it
You're
meant to
muted,
Mr.
Mr.
Austin.
Davis.
No, I do not. I was wondering how I could get a public defender.
Sure, we
must-
can let you talk to Mr. Bitar.
Okay.
Is there an offer for Mr. Bitar to discuss with Mr. Davis?
Not at this time. The victim is very adamant about going forward. I think the defense counsel must be for the co-defendant, who is Royce Nunley.
Who's the co-defendant?
Co-defendant's not up today. Co-defendant is Christopher Jameer Austin.
Got all that, Mr. Bitar?
Yes, Judge. Jane, do you have a discovery you can send me, or?
Not at the very precise moment, but yeah.
And am I correct? This is a 2016 case?
Yes.
Yes.
Correct.
But it appears
So,
that
Paul,
my co-counsel called the victim and they're still adamant about going forward.
Okay, I'll
Complainant
take a breakout room with him, please, Judge.
Paul, a breakout with Davis and Bitar and another one with Gillis and Hart.
Jane, do you have restitution amount, anything like?
She's already gone. I'm sorry. Judge, we have Mr. Parker and his client, Tony Smith. They're scheduled this afternoon. Well, they're scheduled 11:30. I'm sorry. I thought it was this afternoon.
Good morning, Mr. Parker.
Good morning, Your Honor. I have Mr. Smith on with me right now. We have a scheduled preliminary examination. At this point in time, we would like to waive our preliminary examination.
Thank you, Mr. Parker. Mr. Smith, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Do you understand the purpose of a preliminary exam?
Yes, sir.
Did you discuss your rights and options with Mr. Parker?
Yes, sir, I did.
Understanding what an exam's all about and understanding your rights and options, are you going to waive that exam?
Yes, sir.
Do you understand that if you do, the file will be sent downtown? The next court date you'll have will be at the circuit court level.
Yes, sir.
Understanding everything we've just talked about, do you in fact want to waive, and are you doing so freely and voluntarily today?
Yes, sir.
I will enter the waiver. The arraignment on information will be 2 weeks from today, June 23rd, unless they adjourn it, which they probably will do. I will wish you gentlemen luck downtown. Anything else on this file, Mr. Parker?
I have nothing at this time, Your Honor.
All right, bond is continued. Have a good day,
All right.
gentlemen.
All right, Mr. Smith, I'll be calling you. We can leave the meeting now.
I have an attorney, Harold Collins, in there as well. His client is scheduled at 10:30, Elijah Pearl. So I'm gonna check and see if he's with him. Oh, he just checked in. Hang on, I got him in the waiting room too.
I don't have a 10:30 with a defendant named Pearl.
10:45. I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Collins. I'm trying to get your, oh, he just connected.
Okay, good morning.
Good morning, counsel. Your appearance, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Harold Collins, Speak 56805 on behalf of Mr. Elijah Pearl, who is present on the Zoom screen.
Mr. Pearl, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
And Mr. Collins, do you have your discovery?
Your Honor, I received discovery yesterday evening. Have not had a chance to go through it as of this time, but I did receive it.
All right, so I'm assuming you want a little time to do that?
Yes, Your Honor, I would.
How much time you need?
I would probably like to come back in the next couple of weeks, 2 to 4 weeks, Your Honor.
You tell me, pick a Wednesday. It'll be in the morning.
Just because of my schedule, go out 4 weeks.
Yeah, pick a date.
Today,
July 7th. 4 weeks is the 7th of July.
I'm sorry, Judge.
July 7 would be 4 weeks from today.
That'd be perfect, Your Honor.
Let's do 9:30.
Is this a
Okay,
PCC?
Correct.
Is this because you need to review the discovery?
Yes.
Correct.
Okay. But you got it all now.
Yes, I think I have everything.
Okay.
Mr. Pearl, any questions for your attorney before I let you go?
No.
Have a nice day.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Collins.
Okay,
I have a question. Did the Tony Smith exam just get adjourned?
No, it was waived.
It was waived. Waived. Oh.
I was just gonna send you a chat, so.
So, we're so confused right now, wondering what's going on with that. Okay, waiver.
Mr. Hart, are you ready?
We are, Judge. We're just asking for an exam date.
I'm sorry, an exam date, is it?
Please.
Live?
Yeah.
And
It'll be
Go ahead,
quick,
Jane.
Judge. Very quick.
Okay. Mr. Hart, 21st of June, 14th or 21st of July, your choice.
How about?
All after.
21st of July.
Actually, I can't do the 21st. I'm sorry, I misspoke. June 21st is Jane's not here. That's a special prosecutor. So we got July 14th or 21st in the afternoon.
14th in the afternoon, Judge? Is that what you said?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, that'll work.
Jane, this is going to be quick, you said. Let's just do it at noon and get done with it.
Okay. Perfect.
I'm sorry,
Mr.
I
Hart,
missed that
12 noon.
date, Judge.
Noon works, Your Honor.
July
Thanks.
14th. July
Thank you.
14th, 12 noon. Thank you, gentlemen. Bond continued.
Thanks, Judge. Take care, everybody.
Thanks.
You too.
We have a Chris Howe. He is scheduled at 10:45, no attorney.
Okay.
And I just sent a chat. You can put them right in the basket if you want. Thank you. And he's not connecting. While we're waiting on him, I'll bring in a Jerome Barney.
I'm sorry, what was the name?
Jerome Barney. Sorry, I'm looking for the time, Judge.
I don't see a Barney file.
He's the attorney. I'm sorry, on Lamar Williams.
Hello.
Good morning, Mr. Barney.
Good morning.
Do you
Is this
happen to have your client with you?
No, he's not with me, but he's on the Zoom.
Lamar Williams, I don't see him in our waiting room.
Unless he's that iPhone that won't connect.
I'll bring that iPhone in.
I just spoke with him and on my way here. He's actually my cousin.
Okay, we have one person in there who's identified as iPhone.
iPhone, green shirt, what's your name?
He's not connected, Judge. I just sent him a chat to connect.
iPhone, what's your name?
Lamar Williams.
All right, good morning, Mr. Williams. We've got Mr. Barney on Zoom. Mr. Barney, your appearance for Mr. Williams, please.
It please this honorable court. My name is Jerome Barney, P. 28321, representing Lamar Riley Williams.
And today's date and time set for pretrial. What are we going to do today?
I need discovery. I just filed my appearance yesterday. I'd appreciate adjourned pretrial and allow me to obtain discovery so that I can intelligently represent my client.
Can somebody tell me, I don't have a file on this and it says Moon and Bryce as the officers. Does anyone know what jurisdiction that is?
Romulus PD. So Mr. Williams, Romulus has been pretty responsive to Ms. Gillis on discovery. So I think if we go out 3-4 weeks, you should have plenty of time. So you tell me what Wednesday you want to set this pretrial for. This will be in the morning.
Ms. Gillis?
Pardon?
Ms. Gillis, what's your pleasure? 3-4 weeks are fine with me.
4 weeks, at least.
That's July 7.
4 weeks,
Let's set
July
it at
7.
9:30. Yes, sir. July 7, 9:30 a.m. Bond will be continued.
May I speak to Bond?
I'm sorry?
May I speak to the issue of GPS tether?
Sure. Let me tell you what the bond is according to our records. 5,000 personal, no contact with Retha Austin, do not return to the address on Biddle, and GPS tether for location. Report to Wayne County tether by 5/12. So I'm assuming he did that. So go ahead, counsel.
My cousin and my client is a heating and cooling technician, and the GPS tether casts him in a bad light when he goes to service his clients. I've known him since before he's born. He's my second cousin. His mother's my first cousin, deceased. He's now at my first cousin on Whitehorn in Romulus. He's staying with her, and he's under heavy manners. I'm personally responsible for him. If the court sees fit, based on my representations, I'd appreciate it if you would suspend the tether so that he could go back to work without this cloud.
Counsel, do you know who the alleged victim is? Was there a relationship between your client and the victim? Was this a, work situation, strangers at a gas station? Do you know what the situation was?
The situation was that this was someone who was a renter, someone who rented a room from him.
Okay.
And he's no longer there.
Thank you, Ms. Williams.
Your Honor, I don't know his record, but I will tell you if Mr. Barney gives you his word, I've known him for 30 years. He gives you his word. He'll be very proactive.
But that sounds like she doesn't have an objection to losing the tether, counsel. So
thank you, Your Honor.
I don't either.
Thank you, Ms. Gillis.
So I'll continue bond with no GPS.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, Ms. Gillis.
All right, Mr. Williams, the client. You got me? You hearing? Can you hear me?
Lamar.
Yeah, you're muted. You're muted, Mr. Lamar.
Oh,
you're
I'm
muted.
mute. Okay.
Okay.
Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now?
I can hear you now. I'm going to remove your GPS tether. Don't make me sorry, because if you make me sorry, you're really going to disappoint your cousin.
No, if he makes you sorry, he's going to get more than what you could give him.
That sounds like a little family justice being threatened there, Mr. Williams. All right, have a good day, gentlemen.
Your Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, Paula, you want to see who this LG style is?
Actually, I will do that, but we have Mr. Burkett and his client, Leora Cannon. Leora Cannon at 10:45. But I'll bring in.
Are you okay? Got it.
Kyle's over here. He's so loud.
Oh, could you hear me something?
I can hear everybody.
All right, Mr. Bitar, are you ready on Davis?
I am, Judge.
And what are we doing?
Judge, I had a chance to speak with Mr. Nunley. He represents the co-defendant. Mr. Nunley was able to provide me with the police report. So, Jane, I do not need that from you. Mr. Nunley has a pretrial with his co-defendant, Judge, on June 16th. I don't know if you want to keep them together. If you want, we can set it for that day. That'll give me time to talk to my client.
I think that makes sense to keep them together. Do you know what time that's scheduled on the 19th?
Judge, he said something about 10 o'clock. I'm sorry, I wasn't sure of the exact time. I can look it up, though.
Hello.
Yes, LG Stylo 6. Can you tell me your name, please?
Courtney Bow.
Spell the last name.
B-O-W, Paula, got the file.
Thank you, sir. All right.
Judge,
hang on just a minute.
Looks like it's set for 10:30 with Judge Green.
Yes.
All right, let's set this one the same. 10:30 on the 19th. Bond will be continued. Mr. Davis, any questions, sir?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Davis, the phone number that I read to you from the docket online was correct, right? The one number that ends in 1705?
Yes, sir.
I'll give you a call later, okay?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you, Ms. Bitar. Jane, Ms. Bow's file. She's here for operate without security. June 4, Michigan State Police ticket. She's scheduled at 9:35. No, that's not right. 10:30, scheduled at 10:30. Is there an offer for Ms. Bow to consider? You're muted.
she get insurance?
Do I have insurance right now?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am, I do.
Why didn't she have insurance then?
It probably lapsed or just canceled out, and I just didn't have it at the time.
She can have impeding, Judge.
Thank you. Ms. Bowe, impeding traffic is a civil infraction. So if you take this deal, the misdemeanor would be dismissed. This civil infraction does not go on your traffic record, so it's not going to hurt you with Secretary of State. It gives me a venue to charge you some fines and costs when we make the misdemeanor go away. Do you understand that?
Yes, I do.
And are you prepared to make a decision today, or do you need the advice from an attorney to help you out?
So do I have to pay today?
I'm sorry?
Do I have to pay anything today?
No, we'll work out a payment plan or a due date.
Okay, that's fine. I don't need an attorney. I'll pay my fines and costs.
All right, I'll take your plea to the impeding traffic. I'll dismiss the misdemeanor. The total fines and costs $295. That includes a $45 clearance fee so you can get your license straightened out. Can you pay the $295 within 30 days, or do you want to set up a monthly payment plan?
Let's set up a monthly payment plan, please.
How much can you pay every month, and when can you start?
Maybe 100. I can start next. Let's see. Not this. Let's see. This is next month.
This Friday is the 11th. All right. Next month, July 2nd is the first Friday of the month. That work?
Okay. Yep. That'll be perfect.
All right. I'm going to set you up at 75 because you said maybe 100. So let's do 75. You can always pay extra.
Okay. Thank you.
Confirming your address is on Mary Catherine.
That's correct.
Phone number 888-6452.
That's correct.
Do you have any questions, ma'am?
I do not. Thank you.
Have a nice day.
You too. Bye.
Judge,
Good.
I'm
Yes,
sorry to
Paula.
interrupt, but I have Officer Garcia in here. We have Natalie Phelps in person here who's asking to speak with you.
Who is Natalie Phelps?
She's an attorney from, I believe she's from NDS. Yeah.
About what?
And she wants to talk to you about the 1130 Latrice Lindsay case. How do you want me to instruct Officer Garcia?
Yeah, send her in the courtroom.
Okay, he said send her in the courtroom.
Okay, thank you, Paula.
Mr. Burkett, are you there?
Judge, I'm always here and raring to go.
Good morning. Nice to see you.
How you doing today?
I'm doing very well, counsel. You look good. Are you feeling good?
Oh yeah, that's why you're my favorite judge.
Good. No, you look good. You look like you lost some weight.
I lost 50 pounds.
I thought I was
Good
your
for you.
favorite.
Well, you
He
all
meant
are my
favorite judge, Paula.
Okay,
Yeah.
He meant
okay.
favorite judge. All right. Good morning, Ms. Cannon. Counsel, your appearance for Ms. Cannon.
Raymond Burkett on behalf of Ms. Cannon.
Good morning,
All
Your
right, this
Honor.
is a misdemeanor pretrial date, Jane. Do you and Mr. Burkett need to discuss anything, Jane? Reckless use of firearm out of Romulus on January 25, 21.
There's no digital discovery. I mean, I don't know how much lower I could go than a 90-day misdemeanor, you know? Actually, I remember this case and it should have probably been charged higher. So no, I can't.
That's terrible. Okay. You wouldn't even consider a plea under advisement?
I'm not allowed to do that, Mr. Burkett.
Okay, I understand.
Mr. Burkett, do you need a breakout room with your client?
I do, yes.
All right, Paula will put you in a breakout room.
I just need a break.
Go ahead and take a
All
break.
right, counsel, just so you know, we're zooming and everything else. Sure. On the Latrice Lindsay?
Yeah, so she's my client, but the matter I wanted
Hold on. Go ahead and give me your appearance.
Sure. Neighborhood Defender Service by
Yep.
Natalie Phelps, key number 833.
And this is scheduled for a bench trial today?
This is scheduled for an exam at
Exam.
11:30.
Go
There's
ahead.
a co-defendant, and I just spoke to the co-defendant's attorney, and I just thought I'd bring it to your attention since I'm here already, that her client is having difficulty getting a ride here, so she wanted to find out if it was okay.
Oh, the
for him to
Code
Zoom.
scheduled today too?
Yeah, we were gonna do them together.
Who's that?
So the co-defendant is Najee Goodman.
Oh, yeah, okay.
And the attorney is Catherine Murphy, and I spoke with her, and she's wondering if it's okay for him to just Zoom in. And I spoke to APA Curry, who said he didn't have any objection to that. I see we have Gene Gillis on right now.
Who's prosecuting it?
What's that?
Who's prosecuting it?
Curry.
Curry is?
Yeah.
If Curry has no objections, I certainly don't.
Okay,
Yeah.
I'll let her know.
Yeah.
Curry's
Go ahead, Jane.
prosecuting it, but Lindsay, we might have a plea deal on. I'm waiting to hear about something, but Lindsay, we might have a plea deal on, so it might not even be going. She might just be offered misdemeanors.
I'm gonna send counsel down to talk to you then.
Yes, I think that issue would still be present for the co-defendant, and I can't really speak to what you want to do, but I believe counsel's on her way here.
Yeah, wouldn't hurt to have some conversation now.
Great.
Okay,
Thank you.
you're welcome. All right, Paula, what else we got?
Jane, are you waiting on a Samantha Kellogg from MSP?
That would be for one of my trials that was scheduled at 11, and I think she has to be out by 1 for some appointment.
Okay.
Another case she got subpoenaed.
We have Attorney Bogard with his client, Patrick Walls. Judge, I don't see that on the docket. It was supposed to be adjourned till this week. I just called down to Heather to find out if she had the case.
Right, Walls?
All right, your audio just cut out. What was adjourned?
I need the file though.
It was Patrick Walls was adjourned to this week, and they were going to call in and wait. I don't see it on the docket, and I just asked Heather about the case.
I got you. All right. So, Mr. Bogard, your appearance for Mr. Walls.
Your Honor, Attorney Christopher Bogard, who appears on behalf of Mr. Walls, who is seated to my
Alex.
All right. So, what I just got from Paul is I don't have it on my docket, so I don't have a file, but I understand there's going to be a waiver.
That is correct, Your Honor. I did contact Ms. Moore on Monday to let her know that we would be waiving.
Yep. No problem. We can do it without the file in front of me.
Okay.
Yeah. All right. So, Mr. Wall, you understand the purpose for a preliminary exam?
Yes.
And you've discussed your rights and options with counsel?
Yes, sir, I have.
You understand those rights and options?
Yes, Your Honor, I do.
Understanding all of that, you want to waive, and you're waiving freely and voluntarily?
Yes, Your Honor, I am.
And you understand that the next court date will be downtown?
I do, sir, or I do, Your Honor.
Okay. Counsel, are you satisfied with the waiver?
I am, Your Honor, yes.
Ms. Gillis, satisfied with that waiver from Mr. Walls?
I am, Your Honor, but I have a question.
Yep.
Mr. Bogard, is this the case that you sent me a witness list on?
It was. We were originally going to hold the preliminary exam, and then I was provided about 4 hours worth of video on that day. And then after reviewing the video, spoke with Mr. Walls and his rights, and indicated that at this point it would be best for us to waive this exam.
All right. I will wish you gentlemen luck downtown unless there's something else we have to take care of now.
Not that I'm aware of, Your Honor. Do you guys have a court date for the AOI or no?
I'm sorry. Yes, June 23 until otherwise noticed.
Thank you, Your
9
Honor.
a.m. Good luck downtown, guys.
Thank you, Your Honor. You have a good day.
Thank you.
Judge, I don't see anything else on the docket. Misdemeanors after 10:45. Do you need me for anything?
I hope not. Thanks.
All right. If anything comes up, you can always reach me. Jane, good to see you. And I'll see you next week regarding that other case, Jane, or the case we set, Davis.
Thank you. I'm going to try Chris Howe again, Paula.
Okay, I'm sorry. I was talking with Heather about a few files.
Did we adjourn the Stubbs case?
Which one?
We were waiting from a skip and order from you. from the last that we understood, he had not received it yet. So the file is in with the judge. It's still on the docket, but as far as we know, you hadn't sent in the skip and order.
What file are we talking about?
Willie Stubbs.
Mohammed Nasser's file.
Detective Lash from, isn't you guys from Romulus here?
No. Mr. Howe, are you connected yet?
No, he's not. I've sent him several chats.
And everybody's face, I don't know names and what department. It's so many departments. I love Redford because I have one set of cops. I know they're all Redford.
Your call has been forwarded to an automated voice messaging system. 248-756-3805 is not available. At tone, please record your message. When you finish recording, you may hang up or 1 for more options.
Mr. Howe, this is the 34th District Court calling you. I know you're trying to connect to Zoom, but you're not connecting. You can call us at 734-941-7034, 941-7034.
Not sure who Jeff Delaney is.
Feel free to bring him in and find out.
Good afternoon, or good morning, Mr. Delaney.
Good morning.
Can you tell me what case you're here on, please?
Yes, I'm here on the case of WCS Local 084 versus Dynamic Transportation. You want the file number?
Okay, that's an 11 o'clock trial. I've got it. Okay.
Grab the Stubbs file for me, sorry. Oh, it's fine. I don't know what's going on with it.
Judge, do you want me to have him in waiting room? Or do you want to go on?
Do you have any Romulus cops out there? Because I'm wondering.
Hang on. I'm sorry, I had to mute Jane. I didn't hear what you said.
I said, unless Jane is ready to have it.
Okay, we also have Advanced Asphalt and Scott Dwyer in the waiting room.
I'm ready when Jane is.
Trooper Little. Do we have a Trooper Little?
All right, sounds good.
No, all I have is Samantha Kellogg from MSP.
Okay, so SLFH Produce.
That's with Scott Dwyer.
Oh, it's not even a formal hearing, so put Scott on.
We have Mr. Delaney up right now for Dynamic Transportation.
What time's that at?
It's at 11 o'clock. We also have SLFH Produce with Mr. Dwyer and his client. That was up at 10:30.
Okay, it's at 11. Do we have for Dynamic Transportation, do we have Roper or Michael Roper, I think.
All we have is Samantha Kellogg.
Okay, can we wait at least till like 11:20? If Trooper Roper doesn't show up, then we'll dismiss it.
That's fine.
So just give me at least till 11:20.
Thank you.
On which file are we talking about?
Dynamic Transportation. I'll talk to Scott Dwyer right now.
You want a breakout room?
Mr. Delaney is on Dynamic.
I know, and we're going to wait till 11:20. I'll talk to Mr. Dwyer in the meantime.
So, Mr. Delaney, I'm going to put you back in the waiting room, okay? Thank you, sir. There's
so many people in the background, it's hard for me to hear.
Okay, we also have Mr. Burkett and his client back, but I will bring in Scott Dwyer.
You don't
What
have
file
to,
was Dwyer on? Oh, Dwyer was the produce company. Okay.
Yes.
what's an unregistered vehicle?
That's not gonna hang through. I did my job, that's it.
Mr. Burkett, are you ready on Canon?
Yes, yes, I am, Your Honor.
And what's your pleasure?
Your Honor, is this, we're gonna offer a plea, but I want to ask you one question. We're gonna offer the plea
Sure.
that the prosecutor gave us, and I'm assuming that the prosecutor does not object to probation. Is that correct? I can't
You're
hear you.
muted, Jane.
That's correct. Whatever the court wants to do. We get a plea straight up. The court can do 12 months non-reporting, 6 months. I don't care.
Okay, Your Honor, I'm sorry, Your
Go
Honor,
ahead.
what I would ask the honorable court to do, if the court would see so fit, is that if you would put her on probation, according to this plea.
Yeah,
and if
it's
she,
half and half. It's laying on the side. See it? Back right? Right?
What is that?
That's one of our other participants that doesn't know how to mute themselves. Go ahead.
Okay, and with the understanding that, I'm trying to keep this off her record, that if she completes it, the court will consider expunging her record or taking off her record.
I'll consider it, sure.
Okay. That if she
I'm
completes
sorry.
probation.
Wait, what would you consider, Judge? I'm sorry.
He's asked me if I would consider an expungement after a successful probationary term. And I said I'd consider it.
Yeah, he can file a motion for that at the end. Actually, I think you're supposed to wait so many years. But it is expungible.
Mr. Burkett, what are we doing?
Yes, Your Honor, that's fine.
All right, Ms. Cannon, did you have a question for Mr. Burkett? I saw you raising your hand.
I did, but that's okay.
All right. So you understand you understand the possible penalty for this charge, Ms. Cannon?
Yes.
And you've discussed your rights and options with Mr. Burkett. You understand those?
Yes.
Understanding all of that, are you pleading guilty freely and voluntarily?
Yes.
Mr. Burkett, would you like to do voir dire? Get factual basis for me?
Certainly. Ms. Cannon, on the date that this incident happened, you recall that date, ma'am?
Yes.
Okay. Is it true that you was in possession of a firearm?
Yes.
Is it also true that you were outside your house and you fired that firearm into the air?
Yes.
And you understand you had no right to do that?
I understand now.
No. You understand that now, correct?
Yes.
That you can't be outside shooting firearms in the air. You understand that?
Mm-hmm.
Correct?
Yes.
Is that yes? Yeah.
Yes.
Your Honor, I think this, and that you understand you don't have to plead to this case, right? I told you that. You have an absolute right to go to trial. Correct?
Yes.
It is your desire to ask this honorable court to accept your guilty plea.
Yes.
Correct? And I told you that afterwards I would ask the judge, and he said he would consider expunging your record after you've successfully complete probation with no problems. Correct?
Yeah.
You understand that? It's not promising anything.
I'm gonna call OIC and see if there is digital, or they should be here at 1 o'clock.
And Ms. Gillis, are you satisfied with the plea?
Satisfied.
Mr. Burkett, satisfied?
Yes, sir.
I'll accept the plea. Mr. Burkett?
Yes.
What should I consider for my sentence?
Your Honor, I'm going to ask you to put her, because she has absolutely no record, on a non-reporting probation for a very short period of time. I would even like 6 months if it's possible. And of course, we'll pay off time.
I'm showing criminal history going back to 99.
I was under the impression she didn't have a criminal history.
I've got a 99 domestic. I've got a 2001. That's a DWLS. 2002 malicious destruction of private property. So she's got at least 3 misdemeanors on her record.
I'm sorry, Your Honor. I was under the impression those were.
That's all right.
Okay.
That's all right.
I'm still
else?
asking you to place her on a non-probation, a non-reporting probation.
Understood. Ms. Cannon, anything you want me to consider before I set the terms of sentencing?
Yes. I just want to know that this was a mistake. I was caught in a bad abusive relationship. I didn't know I couldn't shoot in the air. Otherwise, I would have never did it. But I'm fully aware now. I'm not in that situation anymore. And I've learned the hard way.
Okay. All right. I'll go along with Mr. Burkett. I'm going to put you on a non-reporting probation, 12 months. Stay out of trouble. No new criminal offenses. Court costs are assessed the amount of $500. Can you pay that within 30 days or do you need a monthly payment plan?
I made a bond of $500.
Oh, okay. So we'll just take it out of your bond. We'll just apply your bond and close the file. So
Okay, thank you.
Close the money.
Thank you.
The probation's still open, so 12 months, stay out of trouble.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Cannon, give me a call.
Okay.
Ms. Cannon, have a nice day. Mr. Burkett, always a pleasure.
My pleasure, sir. Thank you.
We have Mr. Dwyer and Mr. Ottman for advanced asphalt in.
Are we ready on that one, Jane? You're muted.
Is this advanced?
Yes, it is.
Correct.
Okay, well, it's 11:16 and it was scheduled at 11. No. Oh, I'm sorry. Wait. 11:30
Advance is scheduled
advanced
for 11:30.
for a trial. Okay, we got to wait till 11:30 because I got to see if the trooper shows up.
All right, so you're not ready yet. Trooper's
No.
not here.
No,
All
I can
right,
do
Mr. Dwyer,
produce.
let's get the trooper.
I can do Dwyer's case with SLFH produce.
All right, Mr. Dwyer, let's give the trooper time to see if he can show up. If not, you can make a motion at that point. Understood?
Not for me. That's great.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
All right.
All right, Mr. Dwyer, put your appearance on for SNL.
Scott Dwyer here, Michael Myers, on behalf of Produce.
All right, this one was scheduled at
10:30.
10:30. And Ms.
Okay.
Gillis, are the people ready?
Well, Your Honor, I would just, did you get the vehicle registered, Mr. Dwyer?
Yes, they did. And they paid
Okay.
the fine.
They paid the fine?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm just going to dismiss this, Your Honor.
All right.
Thank you.
Sorry it took so long, Scott.
That's all right. Happy Wednesday, right?
Council, enjoy.
All right. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Okay. And then a dynamic. Paula, do we have a trooper roper?
We got no troopers in our waiting room right now.
Okay, you can
We got
dismiss dynamic.
I take that back. We have a Samantha Kellogg from MSP.
No, she's a scientist. We need the trooper roper. No trooper roper. You can dismiss dynamic. It's at 11. 19 minutes after he hasn't showed up.
All right, let me bring the attorney in so we can do that.
And then advance asphalt, I can't do anything till 11:45 to make sure the trooper doesn't show up.
I'm back, Judge. So.
Mr. Delaney, no trooper. The prosecutor's dismissing the files for dynamic transportation. I'm assuming that's okay with the defense.
Yes, it is, Judge.
Thank you.
Have a lovely day.
Thank you.
Okay. Judge, I need to take a 2-minute break.
Go ahead.
We're almost down to the end. I got some dismissal trials coming up.
And I missed what happened on advanced asphalt, Judge.
Nothing on advance yet. We're waiting until 11:30 to see if the trooper shows up.
Okay.
Dynamic and SLPH produce, both those files, everything was dismissed. We still can't get Mr. Howe connected. I've called and left a message on his phone.
Mr. Ottman, I'm going to put you back in the waiting room. Okay, until it's time to deal with the case.
Hello.
Are you Mr. Howe?
Yes, sir, I am.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Mr. Howe, I've got a file here from July 4, 2019. The charge is drove while license not valid or improper license. Possible penalty is up to $500 fines plus court costs and up to 90 days in jail. Do you understand that?
Yes, I do.
Are you prepared today to go forward without benefit of an attorney, or would you like to speak to an attorney?
I'd like to go forward. I'm trying to get straight for work so I don't lose my job. I need my license.
Okay, I did not understand that. Your audio cut out. You're trying to do what?
I would like to go forward to get it done. So I can, because my job requires me. I really like to go forward today. They work.
All right, your license is still suspended, correct?
Yes, sir.
And your address is still on Kenosha Street?
Yes, sir, it is.
Phone number 756-3805.
Yeah, 586-402-2177.
No, that's not what I've got. Give it to me again.
586-405-2177.
2177?
Yes, sir.
All right. And you understand that if you plead guilty, this is going on your record, both on your criminal history as a misdemeanor and it'll go on your traffic record.
Yes, sir. Would I be able to talk to get it settled so I can go forward today?
I'm having trouble understanding your audio. I didn't hear your question.
I said, would I be able to talk to the attorney to see if I can go forward today so I can get my license back so I can job?
Okay, well, the district attorney is not going to be able to give you your license back. That's Secretary of State to get your license back. Are you asking me if you can talk to the prosecutor to see if she's willing to make a deal on this so this charge does not go on your record?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes, you can do that. She's not available right now, but as soon as she is, we'll bring her into the conversation.
All right, thank you, Your Honor.
I'm gonna mute you. Just hang out where you're at.
Miss Gillis is back, Judge.
Jane, Mr. Howe would like to discuss with you his options on his misdemeanor drove without a valid license file. And you are muted.
Oh, he drives me crazy. Mr. Howe, I'm sorry. What case is it? What time?
I don't know when it was scheduled, Jane.
Here.
10:45.
Yeah.
Drove while license not valid or improper license from July 4/19.
Okay. What's his do you have a license now, Mr. Howe?
He requested that step. She doesn't agree with that.
Who doesn't?
Jane, and she won't sign that. So you want me to tell Nancy to make sure he zooms in at 2:30?
Oh,
Or just tell him to, yep, hang on to it. I'll call him.
There's a big case with a lot of officers that I have to know. Is there a digital?
He doesn't know. He said Amy Smith should know. because he's not with you. And I just called her and she said, no.
And Lash doesn't know.
And Lash says, no, said call Smith. So
What are you up to?
Mr. Howell, can you please tell me, do you have a valid license now?
Here and I got Lindsay here. So, Madly, who's here? I don't know.
he's in some different courtroom.
You know, he can't talk back, Judge, so I can't.
Mr. Howe, you are muted.
Oh, yeah. I'm sorry. Is that better, Your Honor?
Yes.
Yes, what's
All right.
your license
Yes.
is still,
My license, once I have this taken care of, my license will be valid. I'm going to have it ran state to double check everything.
Is that true,
So,
Judge?
I take care of
I think what Mr. Howe just said was this is the only thing stopping him from getting a license.
Yes, and I
can't
said, is
confirm
that
because I have no idea because I can't read these new records from Secretary of State.
okay? Just
They're
give him
totally-
allowing
totally
unlicensed.
useless.
I'm just giving him allowing unlicensed. I'm done.
Mr. Howe, allowing an unlicensed driver to operate a vehicle is a misdemeanor. It carries a possible penalty of up to $500 fines plus court costs and up to 90 days in jail, but it does not affect your driving record. So there's no points and it won't result in any extra suspensions. You understand that?
Yes, thank you, Your Honor.
You want to take that deal from the prosecutor?
Yes, I do, Your Honor.
Did you drive a vehicle on July 4th, 2019 at 94 and Vining Roads in Romulus?
Yes, I.
Was your license suspended, revoked, or denied at the time?
Yes, it was, Your Honor.
Yeah, that's fine.
I'll accept your plea to the added charge. I'll dismiss the original charge. Is there anything you want me to consider before I sentence you?
Just, I'm a hardworking man. I lost my wife a couple of years ago and I'm trying to get my life straight. I had a couple of rough roads. I'm just trying to stay on the straight and narrow and get it straightened up. That's it.
All right. I'm going to assess fines and costs totaling $400. Can you pay that within 30 days?
Yes, I can, Your Honor.
I can give you a payment plan if you need one.
No, Your Honor, I won't need one. That'll be fine. Give me the 30 days.
Okay. Any questions, sir?
Nope, Your Honor, it isn't. Thank you
You're all
very
set.
much.
You're welcome
have a
very
blessed-
much. Okay. See you.
Judge, do you want me to come in on those couple of trials that I have?
I'm ready to work, if that's your question.
Yeah, I'll come in on them. I know you think I'm always eating.
Heather just advised me Mr. Nasser will be signing on real quickly here about stubs.
Thank you.
exhausting practicing in front of you. You're so fast. I'm exhausted.
I'm faster in person.
I'd rather be in person for everything. Just let them all in. These aren't going, by the way.
Give me some file names.
Kyle Smith.
Smith?
Kyle DeJuan Smith.
I'm sorry, what was going on with Smith?
Nothing. I don't have a file. Oh, here it is.
It's a trial.
That's why Heather just brought me. All right, appearances for Smith.
Jane Gillis on behalf of the people.
Good morning, Your Honor. Leanna Belcher on behalf of the defendant.
Your Honor, the situation in this case is that we are not prepared to go forward. It's a bit visibly impaired. Well, it says OWI, but it should have been a visibly impaired case. We cannot, we don't have the chain of custody for the blood work that was done or visibly impaired driving. So I'm not prepared to go forward.
Move for dismissal.
Dismissed without prejudice. I'm assuming you've explained what that is to your client.
Okay.
Yes, Your Honor.
Next.
Mr. Collier is walking through security now, Your Honor. If you could just give us a moment.
Jane, are you satisfied to do something on advance now?
How long? What time is it scheduled?
It's 11:31.
We do have Mr. Nasser in the waiting room.
11:31. Isn't it's scheduled 11:30?
Well, if his Zoom notice said what everybody else is, he was supposed to be in 15 minutes before the Zoom.
They don't get Zoom notices. They get my
I'll
notice,
wait.
and I don't tell them.
I'll wait.
15 minutes ahead. But let's just do Collier. 2 seconds.
Well, Collier's not ready. How about if we bring Mr. Nasser and talk about the fact that we're not going to adjourn? What's his client's name?
Stubbs.
Stubbs.
Alex is working on that too. Let me get Alex too. Can you tell Alex to come in?
We have Mr. Nasser in, Judge.
Give me just a minute, Mr. Nasser. People versus Julius Collier.
Jane Gillis on behalf of the people.
And good morning again, Your Honor. Leanna Belcher on behalf of the defendant. Sir, state your name.
Julius Collier.
Your Honor, same situation. We are not prepared to go forward. We could not locate the phlebotomist. And we didn't know that until right before. So we're not prepared to go forward. I will say on the record that we will, if we find the phlebotomist, which I think we can, we will be refiling in this case.
Move for dismissal.
Dismissed without prejudice. You understand what that means, sir?
I can explain it to him in the hallway, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You all set?
Good to see you, Judge.
Always, Miss Belcher. Meaning it's always good to see you, not that it's always good for you to see me.
Can we let
versus Willie
Samantha,
Stubbs.
Judge, I'm sorry, can we let Samantha Kellogg go from MSP then?
Yes.
Yeah, send her a chat, would you?
I have to
Mr.
bring-
Nasser, your appearance on Willie Stubbs, please.
Thanks.
Mr. Nasser is frozen.
You want Alex? Alex has been talking about the officers.
He is going to
You-
be in Ellis file. They're zooming into.
Your Honor, good morning to the staff. May it please come up.
As soon as possible, so we can answer them.
Jane, do you want to talk to Kellogg?
Oh,
I'm sorry, I can't send her a message unless I bring her in, Judge.
okay.
I don't even know what she was here for, so I don't know what file was hers.
Ms. Kellogg?
Yes.
Hi, this is Jane Gillis. I'm the assistant prosecutor on this case. Unfortunately, with Julius Collier, we didn't know that we didn't have a phlebotomist till right before the case. So it got dismissed because we didn't have chain of custody. I do plan on refiling, so you may get another notice on this. So you're all set for today.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
We lost Nasser.
He'll be checking right back in. I know him. And there he is.
Mr. Nasser, good afternoon. Your appearance from Mr. Stubbs, please.
Yes, good morning, Your Honor. Good morning to your staff. May it please His Most Honorable Court. Mohammed Nasser, P74485, appearing on behalf of Willie Stubbs.
Jane.
Jane Gillis on behalf of the people.
Mr. Nasser, I understand that there's been a last minute request for an adjournment. My position is I always request a stipulation and the people have not stipulated.
I know.
All right, Your Honor.
Here's the problem. At first I get a request saying that his client's father died and the funeral was today, which, I mean, I don't know why they didn't email me till yesterday afternoon. I'm in court till 4 o'clock like I am this court. And I couldn't get a hold of the officers. And then he says he doesn't have the digital. So now we're trying to figure out if there is even any digital. And I don't know why we would have set an exam if there wasn't any digital. And now the officers have gotten word that there's going to be an adjournment. So
Well, they didn't get it from the court.
Well, Your Honor, if I may.
Go ahead, Mr. Nasser.
Your Honor, and I apologize. I know APA Gillis very well. We actually have another, well, I have 2 exams there today, Judge. I have another exam, which is Mariel Pulley. However, as it relates to Mr. Stubbs, Judge, we generally advise our clients, and again, I've spoken to my office to expedite this somewhat. We generally advise our clients the day before that they have court. So upon advising him, that's when the information was provided to us. Upon receiving that information about the loss of his father, we immediately asked for proof and provided same. Now, Judge, certainly, you know, in light of this loss of life and the funeral services or the wake being today, I'm asking that the matter be put off. Now, in preparing for the exam, I was seeking any and all digital as well. However, I don't think that would be dispositive in terms of the case, but I was seeking any and all digital. There's a mention of a alleged admission, so I was, you know, seeking that. But that's a side note to the request for an adjournment based upon, you know, Mr. Stubbs' father passing and him having the funeral services this afternoon.
All right, so if I understand Ms. Gillis correctly, she's not prepared to go forward anyhow.
well, I don't know. It's not 1 o'clock. I don't know what officers, but it sounds like his client's not going to be here because he's at a funeral. So it's going to be a capious or it's going to be an adjournment. So I don't know of any digital. We've been calling all these officers and they don't know what we're talking about with any digital, but they'll show up today. So we'll get on it. So,
all right, Mr. Nasser, I'm a cynic by both training, inclination, and nature. So tell your client next time I see him, he better have some documentation that he was at a funeral today.
Yes, Judge.
So we can adjourn this till July 14th.
One moment,
and
Judge.
Whatever discovery issues there are, hopefully they'll be resolved by then.
Yes, Judge. We'll make it work.
All right, let's do it at 1 o'clock.
okay.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank
Judge,
you.
we have Mr. Kanucky and his client on. They would want to waive the exam today. Were we done with Mr. Nasser? I'm sorry.
Yeah, it would be helpful if you told me who the client was instead of the attorney, because I don't have the file.
I
of the attorney. I
apologize.
have the file of the
Ian Ellis at 2 o'clock.
Alan.
Ian, I-A-N, Ellis at 2 o'clock.
Scheduled with Sarah. Who's Sarah? Bot Sarah. Counsel, your appearance for Mr. Ellis, please.
May it please the court, Neighborhood Defender Service of Detroit by Jeffrey Konecki, behalf of Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis is not connected to audio.
Of course he's not.
I think he is connected.
Hey, how you doing? Good morning.
All right, Mr. Ellis. Mr. Ellis, I understand you are going to waive an exam today.
Yes, sir. I'm at work right now. I'm over on the east side, man.
That's nice. You understand the purpose for the exam?
Yes, sir.
You've gone over your rights and options with.
Yeah, okay, yeah. I hear you.
Ed,
Yeah, I know my rights. I know my rights.
Mr. Ellis, how about if you don't speak until I give you the high sign like this?
Okay, all right.
Did you discuss your rights and options with your counsel?
Yes, sir, I did.
You understand the purpose for the exam?
Yeah, I do.
You understand that if I waive the exam, then your file is going to be sent downtown and the next court date will be scheduled for the 23rd of June.
The 23rd of June?
Understood?
Okay. Yeah, okay.
Understanding all of this, are you waiving the exam freely and voluntarily today?
Yeah, I am. Yeah, I'm waiving it.
Counsel, are you satisfied with the waiver?
Yes, sir.
Yes, Your Honor.
Good luck downtown, gentlemen.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. Yeah. All right, now.
We have somebody by the name of Moto G Stylus. I'm not sure who that is.
I think that's probably their phone.
Looks like we have 7 left, Judge. Moto G Stylus, can you tell me what your name is, please?
Yeah.
Najee Goodman.
Okay.
Can
Yeah.
you hear me?
Yes,
Okay,
hang
they
on
want
just
to
a
know.
minute.
I've already
Mr. Goodman, get somewhere quiet.
Okay, hold on 1 second.
Okay, I'm gonna.
All right, can you hear me clearly? There's a lot of
Yep.
what's going on
Yep.
today?
We're gonna put you back in the waiting room until we're ready for you, Mr. Goodman. You understand that?
I hear you.
Are we ready?
We're ready on bonus here, Judge. The people are.
Thank you.
All right, People versus Angelina Bonacera. Counsel.
Thank you, Judge. Police attorney from the Neighborhood Defender Service of Detroit, P83960, on behalf of Ms. Bonacera, who's sitting to my left.
And Judge Alexander Curry on behalf of the people, P84950.
Let's get started.
All right, Judge, I would actually move to dismiss this case for failure to provide discovery.
Okay, hang on. Did not know that. Let me go retrieve my laptop, Judge, to confirm security.
While Mr. Curry is looking that up, Judge, I can detail the request that I made. Initially, upon being appointed for this case on April 13th, 2021, We submitted a discovery request to the Wayne County Prosecutor's Office discovery portal on April 19th of 2021. We received paper discovery. On April 21st of 2021, we had a probable cause conference in this case. I noted at the time that we had received the paper discovery, but we had not received digital or forensic discovery. I sent Ms. Gillis an email on that day saying, quote, regarding this exam, we've received paper discovery, but we have not received any digital or forensic discovery as of yet. We would ask that we provide in advance of the June 9 preliminary examination, end quote.
No response.
And nothing.
And Judge, I just checked evidence.com. It appears that there has been a case uploaded with 5 files of digital discovery that Mr. Kearney is looking for. And it doesn't appear that those files were sent to Mr. Kearney.
Dismiss.
Thank you. Thank you, Judge.
Thank you.
No, that's not. That's on us. Okay. Judge, good to see you again, though.
Same here. Where you been?
This courtroom is wonderful.
Thank you. Thank you. Now that we got the noise levels figured out.
Right.
Yeah.
Is Jane ready on advance?
On which one?
Advance.
Yeah, how long, find out how long she wanted to wait for her trooper to show up on advance, scheduled 11:30.
Okay.
Please.
Yes, Judge.
You're gonna go back in and then we'll do it until,
I'm sorry.
he said you have to go back in and then do it until we have something out here.
No. I need a list of employee contacts out here too. You don't happen to know what Emily's number is, do you?
I gave that one to you last night. There's 2 lists up there. There was one under that had.
Oh, okay.
I gave you that in NDS's. I'm not here to.
The number on the sheet for Emily went to Sandy. I need somebody in probation to talk to me. Yeah, I have not stepped off the bench until right now to answer the phone, other than to kiss your granddaughter. If you come up here, we might be able to do that. I mean, I'm just waiting for files and it's been a shit show all morning. No, but I got the phone number. I took a picture of the phone number. All right. See you. Act like you're coming in the main door and just tell the guys you're coming up to see me. Yeah.
Okay. Oakley's, and he's gonna do it.
I'm gonna do just the Najee Goodman.
Not. Judge?
Yeah, Jane. Hey, raise your right hand. Swear affirm that the information containing your affidavit is true to the best of your information, knowledge, and belief. All right, when I get a minute, I'm between exams. When I get a minute, I'll sign it, send it back. Oh, you got them? Okay, yep. Nope, see you. Who you got? Hey, Emily, I need you to do me a favor if you can. During the Kool-Aid, Shannon told me yesterday that he tested positive, but I don't know the dates. Can you figure out what dates he tested positive, the two most recent ones? I think it was a date in June and Memorial Day weekend, but I'm not sure. And I want to call him on it and see the actual dates. So if you can find them and then just send me an email. Thank you very much.
Judge, Kathy died. She's on there twice. I'm gonna mark her off.
Oh, yeah, she would be, because she was in Sydney for a while.
Yeah, I'm gonna mark her off.
They're waiting. Goodman's waiting.
Oh, I know one, the co-defendant for Goodman, Lindsay.
I'm ready on advanced if you guys want to dismiss that.
Thanks, Jay. All right, counsel, your appearance for advance.
Good morning, Your Honor. Jacob Wojtowicz on behalf of defendant.
All right, Ms. Gillis just informed me that they do not have the state trooper they need, so I'm entertaining a motion.
Your Honor, I motion that this court dismisses the claim against defendant.
Dismissed.
Thank
Sorry
you,
we
Your Honor.
couldn't take care of you fellows earlier.
No problem. Sorry about the mix-up on the time.
No problem. Stay safe.
You too. Thank you.
You're welcome. What do you got, counsel?
Judge, it's my understanding that Najee Goodman will be a waiver and Latrice Lindsay is getting a, we've agreed, our office has agreed to a plea deal with this counsel. And I believe Natalie Phelps talked to Ms. Gillis about it. And
who's representing Goodman?
Ms. Murphy. Ms. Kathy Murphy. She's here.
She in the building?
Yeah, she's here. And she is speaking to Ms. Phelps right now, and I think they're just outside. So here they go.
I'll bring Mr. Goodman in. Perfect timing. Mr. Goodman's on Zoom. I'm just bringing him in. No, you're perfect timing. Mr. Goodman, you there?
Yeah, I'm here. Can you hear me?
I can. Thank you very much. Counsel, your appearance for Mr. Goodman?
Good. I think it's afternoon.
It
now.
is afternoon.
Your Honor, Kathy Murphy, P51422 for Mr. Goodman, who is appearing via Zoom.
And I understand Mr. Goodman is waiving today?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Goodman, do you understand the purpose for the exam that's scheduled for this afternoon?
Of course.
And you understand your rights and options? You've discussed those with counsel?
Yes.
Understanding your rights and options and the purpose for the exam, you want to waive that exam?
Yeah.
And you understand by waiving the exam, the file gets sent downtown for the next court date?
Yes.
And you're waiving freely and voluntarily. Nobody's forcing you to do this, correct?
That's right.
All right. Satisfied?
Yes, Your Honor.
Satisfied, counsel?
Yes, Judge.
All right. I don't know why I don't have a waiver form in here. The AOI date is going to be, well, I'm going to set it for June 23rd. My understanding is it'll probably be adjourned by downtown. You understand that, sir?
Yep.
Bond will be continued. Anything else?
Can I ask you a question? One question, Judge. Is there any way you can get my my representative my next date for my pay my traffic tickets? I start paying on. I just need to know the next date so I can pay them the next one.
All right. You want me to tell you the details of your payment plan?
No, not the detail. Just just the date, just the next day, because I start paying on it, but I
Okay.
just need the next day, so I'll miss it.
Mr. Goodwin, believe it or not, I don't keep track of every defendant's individual payment plans, but if you go on our website, you can find them out there.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you so much.
I've got a question for you. Do you realize that I issued two bench warrants for you yesterday because you failed to appear?
I didn't realize that because I went back on there. It's not like I could do a walk-in on Thursday, so I went on the site and did follow the procedure, and I rescheduled my court date, but nobody sent me nothing nobody sent to my email, and nobody sent me nothing to reschedule my court date. And they said it went through
Okay,
successfully.
well, I would suggest you contact the attorney that was representing you yesterday and make arrangements to take care of those bench warrants.
So I got 3 bench warrants for the misdemeanor cases.
Correct.
Okay.
And 2 of the cases would have been dismissed if you would have been here yesterday.
I know that, but I'm currently homeless right now. I don't have nowhere to stay, so it's hard for me to charge my phone and to even do the Zoom. That's why I couldn't show up today in person, because I'm indigent right now, and I'm currently homeless right now. My house just caught on fire and
Okay.
everything, so I don't have nowhere to stay.
Then you got to stay in contact with your attorney. Goodbye.
Your Honor, is the name of the attorney in the ROA on the website?
It probably is.
Okay.
Dude don't even got the same name.
Latrice Lindsay, appearance.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. NBS Detroit by Natalie Phelps. Natalie Phelps, key number 83355.
She's just pushing it. You know, we should not have given her.
I wish she would learn how to use that mute button.
Your Honor,
I'm sorry, Counsel.
we have reached an agreement in this case. However, I was wondering if I haven't done a lot of practice before, if you would cot in for a misdemeanor sentence.
Sure.
Okay, so the agreement that we've reached, and APA Curry will confirm this when he comes back in. We're just checking on one final thing with Ms. Gillis, is for Ms. Lindsay to plead to 1 count of attempted RNO, disturbing the peace, and trespass. And she did serve 5 days in custody on this case, and she did get nerve damage to her left wrist because of the handcuffs in this case. This arose out of a situation where she did have a relapse in her drinking, and since this incident, she went to Oakdale for treatment. She's still undergoing counseling with Oakdale and has been sober since then.
Beautiful.
And so we would ask that you would do credit for time served, if you'd be willing to do that. She doesn't have any recent convictions. She has only one prior felony out of Chicago from 2013 for an identity theft case. And she does take care of her dad full time. He had to have his leg amputated due to complications from COVID-19.
All right, so I think I've got it. We're going to add a charge of attempt RNO. We're going to dismiss counts 1, 2, 3, and 4, and she's going to plead to the 5 and 6, the original misdemeanor counts, disturbing the peace and trespass. Agreed?
Yeah, right. Yes, Judge, yes. Okay. So yes, 5 and 6, in no count 4, that will be dismissed as well.
Right.
Okay.
Dismissing
And
1, 2, 3, and
added.
4.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah. Replacing 1, 2, 3, and 4 with the attempt RNO and 5 and 6. Okay.
Correct.
All right. And Ms. Lindsay, you've gone over the possible penalty for all those charges with counsel? Have you discussed with counsel the possible penalties for all those charges? In other words, if you plead guilty, you know what the risk is. Okay. And you've discussed your rights and options. You understand those rights and options. Understanding all of that, are you pleading guilty to these charges freely and voluntarily today? All right, counsel, why don't you do the board here to give me my facts?
Yes, Your Honor. So as to the attempted RNO count, Ms. Lindsay, did you attempt to resist, obstruct, or assault a police officer at the Clarion Hotel back on in March of March 20th. Of this year? It was March 20th of 2021 in the city of Romulus, County of Wayne. No, did you attempt to resist or obstruct a police officer? Okay. And
I didn't hear it. I'm sorry. Thank you. Go ahead.
And did you create a disturbance at that same location in the hotel? Were you loud in the hallway? Okay. And did you remain at that hotel after being asked to check out?
No, I left. The police escorted me out the premises. She didn't never warn me. But she came to my room to tell me that she had asked me to leave, but she never asked me to leave, that I hadn't paid. So then that's when I had told her. So then the police is removed from me.
Counsel, you need a minute?
Your Honor, I mean, for this charge, I don't know that we're gonna get there. I did speak to, yeah, sorry, here's Ms. Gill. Yes. Okay, so when you were at the scene at the hotel, when the police were there, did the manager come and ask you to leave right then?
Right.
But you didn't leave right away?
Yeah, because the police was standing right next to the manager.
Right.
And they escorted me out. And I was asked them what was wrong. Yes.
Okay, let me just have a moment.
Sure.
Briefly. Ms. Lindsay. No, I know. It's fine.
Do you remember who was representing Goodman yesterday? Goodman. Najee. Was it Bowditch?
Who was it?
Attorney Jeff Bowditch.
Okay, I'll send him a text with Najee's phone number. That's on, and I'll send Najee his phone number.
That's nice, thanks.
Okay.
I think Bowditch told us yesterday that he'd been trying to get a hold of it. Do you remember?
Yeah, he said the number he's had is not.
Which makes sense because he just said he's having trouble with his phone. Goodman
Yeah.
just said he's having trouble.
He does. He doesn't always have a place to charge it.
Right,
Yeah.
right. Thank you.
Well, look at you. Hello, how are you doing? Good, how are you? Pretty good. Nice to see you. Nice to see you. Thank you.
Okay, we're ready to go back on the record.
All right, we are back on the record with People versus Lindsay. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Lindsay, so when you were at the hotel that day, did the manager, when the police were there, the manager came and told you you had to leave,
Yes.
but you didn't leave?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Satisfied, counsel?
Yes, Judge, people are satisfied.
Defense can't satisfied.
Yes.
I'm satisfied. In keeping with the agreement, I'll adjourn original counts 1, 2, 3, and 4. Got your address on Buckingham, Miss Lindsay, is that right?
Yes.
Still in Buckingham? Phone number 208-8025, still correct?
Yeah.
All right. And counsel, what should I know before I set terms?
In terms of the sentence, Your Honor?
Sentencing, yes.
Yeah, Your Honor, I would ask for credit for time served. Ms. Lindsay did serve 5 days in custody already. She does have nerve damage arising out of this incident from the handcuffs being put on her too tightly. She has only one prior felony conviction that was out of Chicago out of 2013. It was a nonviolent matter and identity theft. She does take care of her father, who is homebound now because his leg had to be amputated due to COVID-19 complications. This incident did arise out of a relapse in her alcohol issue, and she is back in treatment on that and has been sober since this incident in March of this year. And she does do treatment at Oakdale regularly and is about to even start in-person one-on-ones with her counselor.
All right, back up just a little bit. How long has she been treating?
She's been in treatment since March, so that would be.
Yeah, I can figure that out. I'll do
Okay.
that. And so how many days you got? How many clean days?
Ever since I talked to you on the Zoom, and when I was in jail, I've been sober.
So
Yes,
March,
March,
basically.
yes.
Okay. All right.
Yes.
You got any other court stuff going anywhere?
Pardon me?
You got any other court stuff? You got any other court cases you're dealing with? You're on probation
Oh,
anywhere? Any of
no,
that stuff?
No.
Okay. So who you living with? What's your
Mom
support
and dad.
system? Mom and dad?
Dad.
Okay. Were you with mom and dad back then when this all happened?
Yes.
Okay. Tell me about it.
Pardon me?
You said you're going through a lot. Tell me about it.
Both of my mom and dad was in the hospital, and when they came home, one came without, and so it's been rough on my mom. She was just basically getting herself back together because they were in the hospital for like 4 months due to that COVID. And so I'm helping her, and she's getting ready to start counseling too, because I guess it's rough on her with my dad. So I'm just,
Where's she going to counsel at?
she's going to enroll in Oakdale too.
Good.
Yes. Just get her counseling because it's overwhelming too much, a little bit too. And I'm there and I'm helping.
Okay.
And so we support each other.
Are you able to work too, or just taking care of mom and dad?
Taking care of mom and dad.
When's the last time you had a job, and where was that job at?
Pardon me?
Last time you had a job, and where was it
It
at?
was at Divine. I took care of, I did home care.
Okay.
At Divine.
How long were you there?
I was there about a year and a half, year.
All right, so this incident date was all on the heels of mom and dad getting home with, dad comes home with one leg and all that stuff going on, and then you're at the hotel, gonna take a break. Okay. All right. Okay. And counsel, did you say that they're ready to start in person at Oakdale?
Yes, that's my understanding is that she's gonna start in person with her counselor.
All right, and is that gonna be once every week, once every 2 weeks?
Probably 2 days out the week.
Really? Twice a week? Awesome. Okay. Anything else you want me to consider?
No, I just want to apologize to the court and the city of Romulus and the court, because that's not Latrice Lindsay. It just sounds and you know, like I said, the stuff that I said, that's just not me. That's not me.
All right.
And I do apologize.
I hate it when people apologize to me, because if you weren't doing silly stuff, I wouldn't have this job.
Apologize.
But on behalf of the PD, I'll accept your apology, but I'm going to encourage you. I'm not going to order it, but I'm going to encourage you to write a letter to the officers that were on the scene that day.
I apologized to them when I was in jail.
Write a letter. Write a letter.
What are you saying?
Write a letter.
Oh, right. Okay.
I want you to put it on paper, because number one, I think it can be kind of freeing to put it on paper and look at it.
Right.
And you don't have to waste a 50-cent stamp. Just you can stop off, drop it off at the PD. And if you don't know which officers they were, just say the officers that were at, what hotel were you at?
That's on my case.
Yeah, what hotel was it?
The Clarion.
Clarion. So the officers that were at the Clarion on March 2021, they'll figure it out. Okay. All right. Now the last thing, just because I haven't given this lecture for a while, I'm due. So I'm going to give the lecture to you. I think I got a pretty good understanding of who you are. If you and I sat down over a cup of coffee and spent a couple hours and I just did nothing but quiz you about the first 12 years of your life, I think I would find out that you experienced a lot of crap when you were young. You ever heard of the ACEs? ACEs score? You ever heard of ACEs score? Google it. Google it. Matter of fact, I want you to take the test. Don't share it with anybody, but I want you to take the test. And it scores you based on the trauma that you experienced as a kid. And I think you probably experienced some trauma. I'm not asking, I just want you thinking about it. I don't need you to tell me all your details. I'm firmly convinced that every one of us goes through life with a toolbox next to us. We carry that toolbox everywhere we go. Every circumstance, every situation, we've got that toolbox. And when life throws us crap, like, mom and dad spend 4 months in the hospital, dad loses a leg, all that stuff that you got thrown back in the early spring, we go to our toolbox and we open up that toolbox and we reach in there to deal with the crap that life just handed us. Some of us have really good toolboxes full of really good, effective tools. Some of us, when we open up the toolbox, all we have in there are things that are self-destructive and don't really work, but they're what we've got. And if you've got a toolbox and the only tool you've got in the box is a hammer, then every problem you find, you try to fix it with a hammer, right? Even if it takes a wrench, if you don't have a wrench, what are you going to do? You're going to use your hammer, right? So I'm really excited about the fact that you're so engaged in Oakdale, because my experience has been that the best way to open up your box and get rid of the old self-destructive, ineffective tools and put in really healthy, effective tools is counseling. And Oakdale's got a great program. So I'm real excited about that, because I think, I'm going to ask you this. Would you agree with me that in the past your toolbox has not been effective? Okay, great. Because that's what Oakdale can do, is help you fill that toolbox with better stuff. Because you're a young person, you got a lot of crap coming your way. I mean, right? Life, if you live on the earth, life throws you crap. Yeah, so you're not done dealing with bad situations. First of all, your parents aren't going to get any younger, right? So as they continue to age, you're going to still have stuff you got to deal with mom and dad. And now you're going to be able to deal with it in a healthy manner. So I'm excited for you. So here's what I'm going to do. On counts 5 and 6, 5 days jail, 5 days credit, those files are closed. On count 1, which is the attempt RNO, I'm going to put you on a 12-month non-reporting probation, 2 conditions. Number 1, you stick with Oakdale, and number 2, no new charges. Okay? Now here's what, you're still living in Ryman, so you're one of ours, you're local. If you're having any problems and Oakdale's not helping you, address them, then you come see us. Just come to the front door and say, Oakley told me 6 months ago that if I had problems, probation department would be able to help me. All right. The fact that you come in, everybody in that department's going to want to bend over backwards to try to help you because you came in looking for help. We spend all our time trying to help a lot of people that don't really want help. So when somebody actually comes in and says, please help, then, everybody wants to help them. All right. So you're right in our backyard. So if you're having any issues and Oakdale isn't dealing with them, come see us and give us a chance to help you. All right. Because we can be pretty good cheerleaders too. All right. Deal?
Yes.
All right. Good luck with mom and dad.
Thank you.
And better luck with Oakdale.
Thank you.
You're welcome. There's nobody in Zoom, so I'm assuming we're waiting for Jane's file. Let me see if I can take care of some stuff.
I know. It's like pulling teeth, wasn't it?
I didn't know what I should have said.
Okay, Mr. Davis, can you hear me okay? Good afternoon.
Hello, Wayne County.
Today on the docket, we have Richard Carls.
I'm sorry, you have who?
Richard Carls.
He was seen earlier and they put it to the afternoon
Do
docket.
you know whose courtroom it was supposed to be in?
Judge, is it Oakley?
O'Leary. That's Carly O'Leary.
Okay.
Can you spell the last name for me and I'll look it up?
Karls.
And the first name again?
Richard.
He's unemployed right now.
The no proof of insurance is a scheduled fine.
Karls, correct?
Yes.
It's not, that's Judge Oakley. It's Judge O'Leary.
We are in the wrong courtroom. We apologize.
Oh, that's okay. That's okay. Thank you. Bye.
We're in the wrong courtroom. Paula, are you on? Yes? I hate it when I sneeze because then I get all stuffed up again.
Usually sneezing lets me clear it out.
So do we just have a couple things left?
We have 2 exams,
Which ones do
or
we
3
have?
exams.
What do we have left?
Frankie Jacobs, and then Marcus Hopkins, 2 cases. And Natalie wants to talk about a deal on another one.
Okay. Which one?
Not the controlled substance one. That one she thinks is weird for jurisdictional reasons. I don't think so. She wants
I
to.
can't deal with Dennis's cases. I'm not. Dennis never calls back, and then they get mad when you get the deal.
Wants to pay.
Yeah.
Yes, Maria Pulley. Can I ask what you need, please?
Well, my son is supposed to be in court in 10 minutes.
Okay, then you need to sign into YouTube and watch it that way. We do
Okay.
not take support or family in Zoom because it's congested, and we will not
Okay.
have it free for everything we need.
Okay, ma'am, is there too? Do I just go to just YouTube and just, how do I do that?
Go to our website and it'll tell you what you need to do.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Bye.
That's different. You know who that is? That's Larry King. Are you kidding? He lost 30 or 50 pounds. Oh my God. And that's the hallway. Where's lockup? That's not lockup. This one. Is this open up if you can see? Sure. Thanks. Sure is different. So I said, hey, before. This is not just one, this is you can't. Right. And those three, but not just that, so. Yeah, I didn't know you were back.
I was a prosecutor for 14 months and then a year. Because, I mean, not that I think it'd be great to go to huge changes, but for heaven's sake, if you're running a point, you can't figure out without us. Then you have demolition. And they would work that demolition for the whole 14 months goes to 90 hours. Any difference. One to the next. Now, I know instructions, right? I don't know. Maybe that's legit, but seems to me if you're worth your hours, at least be something after 14 months. And barely not. I guess you told me where to Southwestern. I remember. Yeah. I lived out of Morale, which is near Judge. Yeah. Yeah. I lived on Morale, just south of me, in a part of the West Woods. About a year, some goofy guy got away. I think they got fired. He ran away. No, so it was okay. That's a hobby. I mean, I'm talking 1981, long time. But it was very exciting. But not too exciting. What was like a lot of fast music. Good food. Yeah, coming back from all day. You know. Yeah. That's right. And then I had it for a while. So, science. But, so, I just work with detectives. I mean, every police on the cases. I mean, detectives. You know, they're busy. I mean, I don't love to make fun of people in school. Especially, authority detectives. These men are hard workers, editors. I'm surprised they didn't hang it in person. Yeah, this is limited. Yeah. But this is the first in-person thing I've done. I haven't done anything that was in Washington. Most of it was in Washington. If you've ever said a little bit about this drugs, they were in person, and they had a boat that was as grand as this one, but 100 years old. And not only was it old, but they had kept it up. Like, I'm sure that went through a remodel where they did a good job. I mean, there's been some. The restoration. Yeah, right, exactly. With my college was really nice and polished. Well, in 40 years, they did more than they not that bad. I don't know. Yeah, you probably. But they did it then, but that wasn't good. And it was good. It was very nice. Yeah, I know. It was very nice. You ever work like way out in the state? Yeah. We ever have those?
I worked in Florida, working on
Right.
I went out now.
I've been in Minnesota, I think I was in grandma's.
Well, cold.
Oh, yeah.
Man, it's way colder.
Yeah, right. It is, and I don't go to this. I did, we did once. We went there for Christmas, and it was cold. The car was. And I went to park the car outside. And it wasn't snowing, nothing like that. But we couldn't start it. And I drove to the garage and all of it. You know, that was like, yeah. What are you gonna spend money on Christmas? Yeah, oh yeah, those kids, yeah. That's right. There was something. She didn't have a great place in her children. See, our wind isn't as cold because it goes over the water, or even the ice of the Great Lakes, which is not as cold as the ground. Whereas in Minnesota, it's been going across the ground ever since Idaho. It's cold as hell. But you know.
We went down in Princeton a lot. We were down there.
Yeah.
And he did one of those. We went out to eat that thing. It was we went to one of those places that, Man versus Food. You ever seen that show?
No, I never did.
Where a guy goes to certain famous restaurants where they got these famous stuff. He finished it and they gave out tickets. Like people don't really finish it.
Right.
Well, we went to that restaurant that he was not doing it. I was so down there. We went there. And that night we went out Princeton, like that little bar. But we didn't see it. But still, it's cool. We could, we would have
You
used.
would, yeah, that's right.
And he just popped up there.
I didn't realize he did this.
Yeah, he would do that stuff, I guess.
I didn't realize.
He felt like.
Yeah. You know, wherever you went, you'd be welcome. But yeah, that was. It was so good. Well, if you happen to see that, also, like, doesn't have to be. He's not on duty. They're in uniform, they're not doing uniform, they're just getting off. Like, he has, say, he has a 4 o'clock shift. Right. But he gets his day off. Yeah, who knows? So they told me specifically about the masks. They didn't want to wear them. I had my vaccine, so. Yeah. I mean, one reason to wear it is just, hey, I don't really like being told, you know.
I like doing it. I still would, like, you know,
That's right. That's right.
People don't even know. It would be 20 years before they really figure it out.
Yeah, and by then I'll be, but that is good just for a cold or something like that.
Just like the flu.
It's the money. Yeah, no, the flu shots, usually, well, I guess my insurance.
Yeah, I got before that, that's the first time I got it. I'm starting to get that too, you know.
Yeah, well, that was, yes. I,
When you get them to do it.
no, I had the flu, I got the flu shot. The flu, I got the flu shot. Yeah, no, it's always, one year I didn't get it. But 2 years, 5 years with the flu shot, and I got the flu. And then my doctor said, even though you had the flu, get the shot. You know, as we get older, take care of the system.
He was here today, he had 2 cases on today, so he left, he thought, oh, I'm good.
The OSC,
I don't fall into that one thing.
Yeah, I'm sure you don't mind, right?
the OSC was right, not long ago. Right, Jay?
No, Wagenberg was here, they just called him, he said he was here, he goes, oh, that case waived, he was on Smith.
Oh, he thought he only had one.
He thought he only had one, so he was here, I mean, he goofed.
Yeah. I was gonna say, I hope I didn't.
Like 3 cases we gotta refile, here's the number 3.
Oh, make my number 2.
Here's the deal, gun, drinking and driving, we refiled. AWIM, let it go. FA, let
Okay,
it
how
go.
about this? Before it gets just changed to Judge Hagan, we project.
No, it gets refiled.
Yeah, I bet it does. Okay, why don't you come, we'll be right outside.
Listen, I'm sorry I can't change, but you know, AWIM, if the guy shows up, I swear to God,
We're not gonna wait.
listen, I swear to God, I have gone into West End, looked at the case and gone, who the hell charged this? I'm just thinking, this is an AWIM, FAs, GBHs, and I just saw anything. OWI 3 because of those mad mothers. That's the problem. It's the mad mothers. I shouldn't be sitting on it.
The mothers against drunk driving.
Yeah, the mad mothers. So, I refile all OW, anything that has a gun on it or drinking and driving, even a misdemeanor refile.
You see that motherfucker that's way here?
No, 30, 40 minutes
30,
out.
40
He
minutes.
thought he only had one
Yeah,
case.
he thought
and
you
when
said that Smith
we
case.
said Smith got waived and he just booked. Yeah, cause I called one of the lieutenants over there and they go, yeah, he said case waived, that computer case. I go, no, this is OWA 3, what computer case are you talking about? Oh, that's the problem when you have so many cases like this. It's so hard to keep track.
What did I say? Did I mess up?
I sent a notice on this, I looked back, I sent a notice in March on this.
These courtrooms are stunning.
Did you see, he must have had his granddaughter earlier today, I saw this little girl running around back, she's about 4.
Oh, check that out. She's, 2?
2?
2.5?
Well, I can only see on the screen.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm sorry.
Is it take your granddaughter to work there? Is he?
No, his son was here with.
Yeah.
He brought her in here and they were just standing there.
Well, you know, it popped in my head. This is a good place for like to babysit. You got all kinds of court officers, the kids not going anywhere, you got plenty of stuff to do.
Did you see that email that went around about the parents, bring your parents to work day on the group email? That was freaking hilarious.
Yeah, oh, that was Andy.
We have bring your parents to work day apparently last week on 36.
Yeah, we had an officer said, and I think it was in his report.
In his report, he kept writing parents instead of partner.
Yeah.
Me and my parents did this, me and my parents did that.
Yeah, officers
I
got
just have to ask, was it bring your parents to work?
I think that was in Judge King's court too.
I am so frustrated.
I think they were both benchmarks, if I'm not mistaken, because we didn't do anything with them. So
Yeah, okay, that's what I figured too, and I'll put them back. You know, the other day we had that meeting and Brooks Green told me she was gonna waive a case early because the gun board had said, but the problem is now I don't have the file, and downtown they're gonna be asking for the file, and it's in some drawer over in Dearborn Heights. See if they get handled on a different day. And the files wrong. So we're gonna split those files up to bring them back home. Do you wanna do the ones that have lack of evidence, or do you wanna do the refiles?
Yes, you may.
Yeah. So we got two problem files. We have some that are lacking evidence, and we have another.
I'll take the evidence ones.
Yeah, I'll do the refiles. So I'm gonna refile this guy's case. It's dismissed. I wish I didn't have to. It's so funny. My brother, listen, my brother.
I think you said you were going to wait too.
My brother started practicing law. The drunk driving was only at 0.15. There.
That's what you go.
0.15. Have you ever tried to like blow and drink? You probably. So I went to a party and shots. Okay.
Please rise. I put this clerk on a schedule. Brian, you'll present.
Come on up, have a seat. What are we doing, Jane? Which file?
Jose Arias. Can we turn our cell phones off?
I haven't thought about it.
Not mine.
You on? People versus Jose Arias. Good afternoon, gentlemen.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Stephen Adams for Mr. Arias.
Alex Curry, on behalf of the people, Your Honor, P 84954.
Are we ready?
Judge, people are not ready to proceed at this time. It's my understanding there was a little bit of a communication snafu between, there's a communication mix-up with us and our necessary complaining officer. He was a witness on a case we had this morning, and it's my understanding that the officer thought that was the only thing he needed to be here for. He did not know that he needed to be here for this case right now, Judge. So he's not here. People are not ready to proceed.
Interjected. He said he was 40 minutes out if he wanted to come back, and I just said, I don't think the judge will wait, so I'm required by office policy to refile.
Understood. I mean, I'm willing to wait if you are, counsel. I'm not going anywhere in the next 40 minutes,
I
but
appreciate that, Your Honor, and I've gone over these different choices with Mr. Arias, and we would ask the court to dismiss the case, understanding that it's without prejudice.
I'm going to dismiss the file without prejudice, understanding that the people may refile.
Thank you very much, Your Honor.
Thank you all.
Apologies for that, Judge.
Sorry. Nothing else ready yet?
I believe we're ready, Judge.
On?
Fully.
Yeah.
Oh, these are all the Goodman files. I didn't realize I had them. Hey, Larry.
Hey, Judge, how you doing?
Good. I just saw his face. I'm like, he's lost some weight. Are you doing it on purpose?
Yes.
What are you doing?
Keto.
What the hell is that?
No.
No. That's never happened before today.
Huh. It's almost like a feedback.
The only time usually it happens.
Is it because of how this mic is positioned, maybe?
No, it didn't
Because
do
it
it
seemed
all
like the
morning.
mic was facing right at that speaker. Now it's-
But it hasn't done it all morning.
See if, just give a call and see if Fred's in the building and see if he can come up here and just kind of listen to it. See what, maybe you can troubleshoot. All right, people versus, is it Morel?
Yes, sir.
Fully.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Larry King for the people, E78774.
And good afternoon, Your Honor. Good afternoon to your staff. May it please the most honorable court, Mohammed Nasser, P74485. Appearing on behalf of Mr. Morale Pulley, who also appears standing next to me. Sir, please identify yourself for the court.
How you doing? My name is Morel Pulley.
Your Honor, the date and time set for preliminary examination. Defense is ready to proceed.
Your Honor, the people are prepared to proceed. I will state for the record, and I've told Mr. Nasser this as well. The complaining witness in this case, Ms. Alana Dillon, is
not present. I will not be calling her today. Instead, I will be relying on MCL 76827C, which allows for the admission of her statements to police officers, and I will be calling Sergeant Eric Harris.
Okay. First of all, gentlemen, you can sit down. You don't have to stand to talk to me.
Please speak loud and clear.
Sure. Can I take off my mask?
Yeah, I was just gonna say, I'm also okay with the mask off.
Thanks.
I'm okay with mask on as long as Paula can hear you clearly in the recording. But whatever makes you comfortable. All right, so are we ready to call the sergeant?
People are ready?
Well, Your Honor, just before we begin, I understand, brother counsel wants to move forward with the domestic violence exception, if I'm not mistaken. However, I believe in the interest of justice, if the complainant is not here, I don't believe this matter should proceed. However, I guess I'll save it for.
Well, let's talk about what the court rule says then.
Your Honor, MCL 76827C does clearly state the statements of a domestic violence victim made to a police officer at or near the time of the incident, documenting the incident in question, are admissible. This has gone to the Court of Appeals a couple of times on people be only, and it has been ruled that this is admissible for purposes of the preliminary examination. The Confrontation Clause right does not apply at the preliminary examination. Again, I will present the evidence that I have, that being the testimony of Sergeant Harris, and then we can argue for bind over if the court deems it sufficient. I believe it will, but we can make those arguments after the evidence has been presented.
Okay. Do you disagree with what the Court of Appeals has said, Mr. Nasser?
I agree to the fact that the Confrontation Clause does not apply at the preliminary examination, undeniably. However, in this instance here, Judge, I don't believe the statements were contemporaneous to the alleged incident. I don't believe that there's any evidence other than the testimony of this alleged individual who is not here. And certainly her presence or lack thereof, I think, is reflected to the sport of perhaps her credibility. And now we are confronted with cross-examining the possibility of an officer who is spoken to an alleged complainant who is not here to address that herself. So while there is an exception for domestic violence, again, Judge, in this instance here, these statements are not quote-unquote excited utterances or statements that were made exactly during this period of time. There was an alleged, the testimony will reflect that. There's an alleged car driven around in a particular location. Following this incident, that's when certain statements may or may not have been made. But again, Judge, I'll leave this to the court's fine discretion, but I am objecting to moving forward without complaining.
Mr. King.
In Your Honor, in response, I would say that a lot of what Mr. Nasser is arguing goes to the weight, not the admissibility of the evidence. I think we're arguing about the sufficiency of evidence that has yet to be presented. And I think once the evidence is presented, we can argue its sufficiency to support bind over, and I believe it will be sufficient to support bind over by probable cause. But I think a lot of Mr. Nasser's arguments are related to weight, not admissibility, and are somewhat premature.
Would you agree with the weight, not admissibility?
Well, I think it applies to both, Judge, but I'll leave it to this court's fine discretion. I mean, undeniably, a lot of what I'm touching about is in terms of weight. However, as it relates to the admissibility in and of itself, the domestic violence exception was designed with specificity in terms of, and it's correlated very similar to that of an excited utterance. That's not what you have here, Judge.
Okay, well, what's the statute say?
I apologize.
It's probably not gonna do it now. I just was hoping it'd give us that noise. Oh, good, okay.
MCL 76827C, evidence of a statement by a declarant is admissible if all of the following apply. The statement purports to narrate, describe, or explain infliction or threat of physical violence or injury upon the declarant. The action in which the evidence under this section is offered involves domestic violence. The statement was made at or near the time of the infliction of threat or physical injury. Evidence of a statement made more than 5 years prior to the filing of the current action or proceeding is inadmissible under the section. The statement was made under circumstances that would indicate the statement's trustworthiness. The statement was made to a law enforcement officer. It goes on to define domestic violence. It does also state, read to, for purposes of this section, indicia of trustworthiness include but are not limited to whether the statement was made contemporary, made in contemplation of pending or anticipated litigation in which the declarant was invested, whether the declarant has a bias or motive for fabricating the statement and extent to that bias or motivation, whether the statement is corroborated by evidence other than statements that are admissible only under this section. If the prosecuting attorney intends to offer the section at trial, this is the trial notice section, part 3, it's not trial, it can apply. and then it goes on again to define declarant and domestic
Okay,
violence.
so let's hear the circumstances and then I'll listen to argument.
Thank you, Judge.
Let's grab the sergeant.
And Your Honor, for the record, I was identified for court. I'm assisted by co-counsel Attorney Edward Martell.
Okay. Didn't recognize you with stuff on your face.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning. I like that suit. Edward Martell, Martell, co-counsel. Did he say it was going to be Sergeant Harris?
Yes.
Well, we think we fixed it. Sergeant, come on up.
State for the record that I have my officer in charge, Detective Otter, with me. He'll be seated at the council table.
No objection?
No objection, Judge.
Swear affirm, tell the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth. Have a seat.
May I have a seat, Your Honor?
Please do.
Thank you, Your Honor. I appreciate that.
Go ahead.
Sir, could you please state your full name for the record, spelling your last?
My name is Eric Harris. Last name is Harris.
And sir, how are you employed?
I am a police officer for the city of Romulus.
How long have you been with the Romulus Police?
16 years.
Sir, I want to turn your attention to June 27th, 2020. Were you working on that day?
Yes, sir, I was.
And what shift were you working?
Afternoon shift.
And what was your assignment that day?
I was the shift supervisor. My duty was to sit the desk inside and oversee the afternoon shift.
So you were inside the department at that point in time?
Correct.
Sir, did you have occasion to make contact with Miss Alana Dillon?
I did.
And how did that contact come about?
I started my shift at 2:30, and when I came on, the sergeant I was relieving advised me that there was some type of incident that had occurred a few minutes earlier with Taylor PD, and there was somebody that was being brought in that was under arrest. He advised me that the alleged victim in this case had not made the station yet to make the report. And then very shortly after is when she arrived to the station, and I spoke with her.
And about what time did she arrive at the stations?
The best of my recollection, it was a little before 3.
And did anyone other than you have contact with her at the station?
It was primarily me.
Okay. Can you tell us how she appeared when she arrived?
She had an injury on her elbow. She was upset, shaken.
When you say upset and shaken, those are kind of conclusory. So can you tell us what exactly about her appearance led you to believe that she was upset or shaken?
The best way to describe it is the way she appeared was something had happened to her.
Your Honor, I'm going to object to calls for speculation as to how she looked, the interpretation of the officer as her mindset at the time.
I believe my question was pretty specific to the officer to describe how she appeared. Again, to lay a foundation for the statute under which I want this evidence to be elicited, he's using his own words to describe how he physically saw her to appear. So I don't think this question at all calls for speculation.
Well, Your Honor, my response, if I may, my response to that is, and I certainly understand Brother Counsel's intention in terms of trying to elicit this type of statement, but the officer's response is, it appeared that this is what, and there's an interpretation based upon the officer's interpretation of what someone's mannerisms may or may not have been. I believe that goes well beyond the scope of his expertise as a police officer in terms of interpreting how a person may or may not have felt pursuant based upon their mannerisms and interpreting the mannerisms of an individual that he's never met before.
Oh, I agree with that. I don't want to hear what you think she might have felt. Just tell me what you witnessed with your eyes or heard with your ears, I suppose. Go ahead.
So what physically about her appearance, her mannerisms, her behavior, what physical things did you see or hear that regarding her appearance that day?
So what I recall is she, like I said, she visibly looked like she was shooken, like something was going on with her that was, whether it was traumatic or not, but she didn't appear like she was just walking in to have a casual conversation with me. And she appeared she had been recently crying, like her eyes were like a little puffy and red.
Did you have occasion to take a statement from her?
Yes, I did.
And where was that statement taken?
In the lobby of the department.
Did you take an oral statement, a written statement, both?
I did both.
Which did you do first?
I don't recall specifically, but the way I normally do things is I always talk to someone first, and then once I have their conversation and I have it, what their story is, then I have them put it in writing. And then we go over the statement.
Before we get into what she said, did she describe certain events to you, the reasoning for her being there?
She did, yes.
Did she describe for you when in time those events had occurred?
Yes.
And what did she say regarding the timeliness of the events?
What was the first word you said?
What did she say regarding the time during which these events occurred, as far as a time frame?
Within a couple hours.
Within a couple hours. So, Your Honor, at this point in time, I believe I've laid sufficient basis to admit her statements under the statute, and I would like to proceed to question the officer regarding her statements.
Your Honor, my objection would be that this is a presumption based upon within a couple of hours, which is certainly not contemporaneous. Undeniably, the statute lists that perhaps 5 years is an extended period of time. However, the standard is the reasonable person, and contemporaneous two are close to the period of time. I would argue is not within a couple of hours. So I'm asking that this honorable court not allow this statement to come in without the complainant.
And again, Your Honor, the typical domestic violence case that I see involves officers interviewing someone at the scene. However, that's not the case here. As the officer stated, the Taylor was involved in assisting. It spanned a couple of jurisdictions. The officer testified that she was visibly recently crying, she was shaken up, and that this incident happened, as best the officer can determine from the conversation he had with her a few hours prior. The statute does not specify a time frame, and recency is one of obviously many factors, and recency is an element of the statute, but it lays forward this 5-year number, which leads one to believe that the legislature is thinking in a longer term than just a matter of hours. The idea behind this statute is a statutory hearsay exception with safeguards to ensure that the testimony that comes in bears some indicia of credibility. I think a person coming into a police station visibly upset and visibly injured hours after an incident happened supports a finding of credibility. I think it meets the timeliness requirement under the statute.
Your
Go
my
ahead.
response, and if I may.
Yeah, go
I
ahead.
apologize. In quoting the statute with specificity, the statement was made at or near the time of the infliction or threat of physical injury. Then, of course, it goes on to say evidence of a statement made more than 5 years before the filing of the current action or proceeding is inadmissible under this section. Now, there is a notation of a 5-year, Judge, but again, the standard is a reasonable person. And in this instance here, the testimony of the officer is not clear as it relates to a couple of hours as a generic statement. Does that mean 5? Does that mean 10? Does that mean 2? That a person comes in who is allegedly, visibly shooken. Again, this is an interpretation. Someone with puffy eyes could even have allergies, Judge. There's not enough here. And by the officer's own statement, this is information that is not even elicited from him directly. It's passed on from perhaps the Taylor to the police department and another sergeant that's given to him. I don't believe it's admissible, Judge. I'm asking that it not be allowed.
Well, his testimony right now is just what he got from the woman herself, not what he got from a dispatcher or Taylor or anybody else.
No, I'm referring to the timeline, Judge.
Yes. Okay. Well, then I guess we can follow that up. When you said within a couple hours, were you getting that time frame as a compilation of all the information you received from everybody, or just from the lady you talked to?
When I actually did the full interview with her, she gave me the time frame of 1 o'clock, and then, like I said, it was almost 3 o'clock. So.
All right. So that wasn't based on information you got from Taylor PD or anybody else. It was from her directly.
Correct. It was from her.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
And if the legislature decided to cap it at 5 years, then I think the word near is relative, and a couple of hours is relatively near when you're capping it at 5 years. So I'll allow it.
Thank you, Judge.
And I hope that made more sense when I said it than it sounded when it came out.
I'm sure it'll look great on the transcript.
Go ahead.
So, sir, so when you spoke with Ms. Dillon, did she explain to you her reasoning for coming there today?
She did.
And why did she tell you she was there?
She was there to make a report that her ex-boyfriend had assaulted her and then hit her with his car.
Did she identify the person involved in this?
Yes, she did.
And what did she state her ex-boyfriend's name was?
I apologize. I don't remember his first name, but the last name was Oakley.
Did she describe to you where this occurred?
She did, yes.
And what did she say?
She said the beginning of the incident took place in front of her house on Dorset Street in his vehicle.
And is that house on Dorset Street in the city of Romulus, County of Wayne?
Yes.
So did she describe to you when about this occurred? Again,
Yes.
when
Yes.
was that?
About 1 o'clock is when it started.
And what did she say transpired at Dorset Street about 1 o'clock?
She said she had got a call or a text from Mr. Pulley to come outside. So she went outside the house, got in his car, and they had a conversation about a phone. He wanted to see a phone of hers.
Okay. What did she say after that?
She did not want to give him the phone, and she didn't have the phone on him or on her. So she said he got upset, and that's when he physically grabbed her by the throat and choked her and shoved her up against the passenger door.
Did she provide any further description of that incident?
She did. She went on to say that it lasted for about 10 seconds, and at one point she felt like she was about to pass out.
Did she describe to you what happened after that incident?
Yes. After he told her to go get the phone, so he opened the door for her. She got out of the car, went in the house. When she got in the house, she never had any intentions of getting the phone. She waited a few minutes, and then she came back outside.
Okay. What did she say occurred once she came outside?
She did not want any other potential issues in front of her house, so she told him to follow him or follow her, and they would drive away someplace private, away from her house.
Okay. And did she describe any vehicles that may have been involved?
Yes.
Okay. Which vehicles did she say were involved?
She said there was a 2007 Mustang that belonged to Mr. Pulley, and then her vehicle, which was like a 2018 Ford Fusion.
Okay. So you stated that she said she drove away from the home?
Yeah, there was an event though prior to them driving away though.
Did she state if anyone else was present in the vehicle with her?
No, just the two of them.
Okay. And were they in the same vehicle or separate vehicles?
When the incident started, they were in his vehicle.
Okay.
And then, like I said, once she went in the house and got her keys and came back out and told him to let's go drive away, he did not want to, according to her. So he got upset, took the keys from her, and kept throwing them on the ground and did some damage to the keys or the key chain, broke some stuff. At which time he got upset, got in his car, and he drove off. So now she's at the house by herself, standing outside.
Okay. And what did she describe happening after that?
So she said she got the keys, she got in her car, and she started to drive away as well. And when she started driving, she realized that Mr. Pulley had arrived back to her house and now was following her.
Did she describe how closely, if at all, he was following her?
It's a 25-mile zone, so the way she described it is she was right near his bumper, like riding her tail.
And what did she describe happening after that?
After she left the neighborhood, she made a right turn onto Eureka Road to head east. As she was driving, she said that he was aggressively driving and cutting her off, and at one point cut her off to the point where she had to come to a complete stop. And he got out of the car and approached her car.
And did she describe anything happening after he approached her vehicle?
Yeah, she said that he had some type of socket, a tool or wrench, and he threw it at her window and shattered it. And then the socket fell inside the car.
And did she describe any further actions after that?
Yes.
What did she say happened next?
She pulled off again. This time now she was on Harrison Street heading north. And Mr. Pulley was still following her aggressively, tailing her, driving up next to her, just intimidating, scaring her, she said. She got up to the North Line Road, and then she made a left heading west. She went North Line to Middle Belt, and then she made a left heading back south on Middle Belt. The whole time while he's driving aggressive behind her, cutting her off, doing those sorts of things.
Did she make any other allegations about his driving?
Yes.
What exactly did she say?
Once they got to Eureka again, she went west now, made a right turn, and she's heading west before she gets to Wayne Road. So there's like a 1.5 mile area in that time frame. He's again driving really aggressive, and at one point she says he hits the rear of her, and she's going about 55, and he rams into her twice.
You had mentioned earlier in your testimony that she presented with some form of injury. Can you tell us again what that injury was?
So she described it as when he threw this tool through her window, the entire window didn't shatter. It spidered, and then a little hole was made and the socket went through. There was kind of glass that blew into the car. She said that it was kind of on the dash and other places, and her elbow was rubbing on it, and that's how she got the cut while she continued driving.
Did you ever have an occasion to look at her vehicle?
I did, yes.
Okay. Where did that occur?
In front of our police station.
And did you make any observations regarding any damage to the vehicle?
I did. The way she explained to me the damages that had occurred, how she was struck by Mr. Pulley's car several times, and the way in which she had struck him, the damage that she showed me was consistent. That was on her vehicle.
But what specifically was that damage?
So she had damage to her rear bumper, and then she had damage to the driver's side front fender.
Did you notice any window damage?
Correct. She had driver's side window was, again, wasn't fully shattered, but it was spidered, and there was glass missing kind of all over it.
Did you search the vehicle at all?
I did not actually search it. She gave me permission to grab something out of it.
And what was that something that she gave you permission to grab?
She said that the tool that he threw at her was in there, and she said I could go in the car and grab it, so I did.
And was that recovered?
It was, yes.
And is that currently in police evidence then?
Yes.
Can you describe that for the court?
I don't recall it specifically, other than I believe it was a standard socket wrench, maybe 6 inches long. I don't have the specifications of anything other than that.
Sir, I don't have any further questions for you. Thank you so much.
Mr. Nasser, your witness.
Your Honor, if I may. Good afternoon, officer.
Afternoon, sir.
Officer, I'm going to ask you some questions. If you don't understand, please let me know, and I'll try to rephrase in a way that you can understand.
Okay.
You already testified that you were working on or about June 27th of last year, correct?
Yes.
That at some point in time during your duty, you came into contact with an individual named Alana, correct?
Yes.
Okay, now this individual came to you inside of the Romulus Police Department, fair?
Yes.
Okay. You were never on scene during any of these alleged incidents, correct?
No, sir.
Okay. All information that was provided to you was either through this individual or other police officers, agreed?
Correct.
Okay. Let's talk about this. Ultimately, it's your testimony here today that she offered a statement, right?
Yes, sir.
And this was a written statement that she wrote out or you wrote out?
She wrote out.
Okay. And would you recognize that statement if I showed it to you?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yeah, okay.
Your Honor, come in.
Go ahead.
I'll hand you a document. Can you identify what that is, please?
This looks like part of the statement, but this wouldn't have been, it's missing a piece or pieces.
Do you have the rest of the statement? Because I was having trouble finding that file too. Looks like we only have page 2. Is there more than the 2 pages?
I think this is just a copy of that side.
That's this. That's what you have, right?
Yeah, that's it.
And then that. Oh, okay. So that's the front side. So that's all we have.
Okay. So, may I?
Yeah, yeah.
I'm going to show you, this is a little clearer copy. Is that the statement that you were calling to be?
Yes, sir. It appears so.
Okay, and it's only one page, correct?
Correct. I'm sorry. This is what I was missing. The front. That's what confused me. Sorry.
Okay, no problem. Is there a signature line on that particular statement?
There is, yes.
And where is that?
Right here on the front, the bottom left.
Okay. Okay.
Mhm.
Is that something that you had Ms. Dillon sign?
Yes.
Is that something that she signed? Now I see that there's a front portion of the document and then there's a back portion where it's written, right? Now, when was this signed?
It would have been signed at the completion of the written statement.
Okay. Now, you testified already that when Ms. Dillon came in, through your interpretation, she appeared to be visibly shook. Is that correct? Or shaken?
Correct.
Okay. Now, you construed that based upon the fact that she's in the police department, right?
Mhm.
And she didn't, and as you coined it, she didn't come in to have a casual conversation. Is that fair?
That's fair.
Okay. Is it normal for people to come in to have casual conversations in the police department?
unrelated to making some type of report, not really, no, sir.
Okay, so an individual came in to make a police report, right?
Correct.
You've been a police officer for some 16 years?
Yes, sir.
Congratulations on that. You've had the opportunity to take numerous statements in your 16 years of service?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and would you agree with me that, well, let me ask you this. You've taken a number of domestic violence or police reports between a girlfriend and a boyfriend, is that agreed?
Yes.
Okay, and would you agree with me that there are instances in which people come in and make false reports?
It's not something I normally determine unless they admit it on scene to me or in the station to me.
Okay, well, that's an interesting point. Would you agree with me that Ms. Dillon actually told you that she didn't want to file this report?
She returned after making her original statement, yes. A
Okay.
few hours later, she came back.
Okay, so it's about 2 or 3 hours after this alleged incident that she makes this report, right?
Yes.
Okay, and then a couple hours later, she comes back and tells you, I don't want to make this report.
She said, yeah, her words were to the effect of she didn't want to go through with pursuing charges.
Okay, she didn't want to go through with pressing the charges.
Correct.
Okay. Would you correlate that with someone who's lying?
Objection calls for speculation.
In his training experience as a police officer, if people come back and say they don't want to make a report, that could be because they're lying, agree?
Could be. I'll take judicial notice. It could be.
Okay, so let's step back a moment. You indicated that there was some type of small physical injury on her elbow, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you authored a police report in this matter, right?
Correct.
Okay, and you defined that as a small cut on her elbow, correct?
Yes.
Okay, did it require medical attention?
No, sir.
Okay, so stitches, bandages, nothing.
No, sir.
It's just something that you noticed on her elbow.
She had pointed out, yes, and we talked about it.
Okay, what elbow was it?
I don't recall. I'd have to see the picture.
Okay, is there a picture that you have?
I don't, but there were photos taken.
I don't have the photos with me, they're all digital.
Okay.
I have them all online.
Okay. Now let me ask you this. You had an opportunity to examine this individual, right? When you're talking.
Yes.
Okay. Did you see any visible injuries to her throat?
No, sir.
Okay. She alleged to you that she was choked, right?
Yes.
Okay. And she told you she was choked with one hand or two?
One hand.
Okay. Which hand was that?
She didn't specify, and I didn't ask.
Okay. You've had an opportunity to investigate strangulation or choking cases in the past, correct?
To a degree, yes, sir.
Okay. And you saw nothing on this individual, Miss Dillon, which was reflective of someone who was being choked, agreed?
When I saw her, that's correct.
I'm gonna object to this. We're asking him not to state what he saw, but to state what he saw was indicative of. I think this is going a little too far and causing him to speculate as to what is and is not indicative of choking. If he wants to question the officer as to what specifically he saw, I'm sure that's fine, or didn't see. I'm sure that's fine, but to then get him to draw that conclusion of it being indicative of choking, I think is a little bit beyond his area. The might have a doctor who could testify to that, but not a police officer.
You know, if I may, and brother counsel has spoken very eloquently. The officer has testified in terms of his interpretations of what he saw in terms of the emotional distress of somebody who's coming in, someone who's distraught, someone who's puffy eyes. I'm simply asking him in that same auspice of where he's able to interpret if someone is distraught, if he can identify someone who's been choked. And I believe with his training and experience as a police officer, he can answer that question. If he can't, he can simply say he cannot.
I'll allow it.
Okay. And again, I apologize, I'll rephrase it. You didn't see anything on this individual that's reflective of someone who's being choked, did you?
No, sir.
Okay. Did you ask this individual if she needed any medical attention?
I did.
Okay. And what was her response to that?
She did not.
Okay. It's your testimony here today that you had an opportunity to go out to this vehicle, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You went out when she scratched that. She came into the police station. You had an opportunity to speak with her, right?
Correct.
And before she authored this statement, did you have did you go out to the car, or was it after she wrote this statement?
It was after the statement was written. It was once we kind of got all our stuff that we needed, then we went and she told me the socket was out there and her car was out there, and then that's kind of when that was the next process of this investigation.
Okay, and it's your testimony here today that you saw a window that was spidered, right? That was cracked. Is that agreed?
It was shattered, spider. There was glass missing out of it. Yeah, it was.
Okay, and you would agree that you haven't seen this vehicle before this period of time, correct?
No, sir.
Okay. You also found a wrench within this vehicle, right?
Correct.
Okay. And she advised you that this is a wrench that was used in this alleged incident, agreed?
Correct.
Okay. Now, was this wrench was taken into evidence?
Yes, sir.
Do you know if any prints or anything along those lines was pulled from this wrench?
I do not have any knowledge of that, sir.
I'm sorry?
I don't have any knowledge of that.
Who would have knowledge of that?
The detective in charge.
The OIC would.
Yes, sir.
But you didn't order any prints or anything along those lines?
No, sir.
When you took this, did you safety this wrench? Did you take it into evidence?
Yes, I did.
And when you took it into evidence, were you wearing latex gloves or the like?
I don't recall if I was wearing latex gloves or would have been one of the gloves that I used to search, which is like a cloth material. I can't recall, but I would have worn just one glove and it would have been on my right hand.
Okay. Now, you indicated that that the damage that you saw on this particular vehicle, you believe was consistent with the information that was provided to you, agreed?
That's correct.
Okay, and you are not an accident reconstructionist or anything along those lines. You're a police officer, right? All right, have you taken a class in accident reconstruction?
No, sir.
Okay, so let me ask you this. Did you actually have an opportunity to look at the vehicle that belongs to my client, Mr. Pulley?
I did not know.
Okay, so you can't state with any specificity whether or not there was any damage on his vehicle, which would have been, and by his, I mean Mr. Pulley, that would be consistent with ramming into or hitting another car.
I cannot testify that, no.
Okay, what color was Miss Dillon's vehicle?
Her car was white.
White, okay. Miss Dillon advised you that at some period of time, there was an altercation that took place at the side of her home, right?
Correct.
Okay, and then this altercation ended with Mr. Pulley actually leaving this residence, correct?
The initial altercation ended when he drove away, yes.
He drove away. And did she specify in her statement how long he drove away for?
No, it was assumed based on her saying that once he pulled off, she had grabbed her keys and within a few minutes had gotten in her car and left. So I took it as in with 2 to 3 minutes.
Okay, so if her statement indicates pulls off after about 5 minutes, I get into my Ford Fusion to begin driving, that would be inaccurate?
Yeah, about that time frame, a short time frame.
Okay.
2, 3, 5 minutes.
But the statement that's been provided is the statement that's been authored by Ms. Dillon herself, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and with looking at the report, refresh your memory as to what time frame she indicated that he left.
Well, you had just told me it was 5 minutes.
Right, okay, so, and that is not something you coached her to do, that's something she said, right?
Correct.
Okay, and that's why it's noted within this report, correct? Or
Yes, sir.
within the statement?
Yes, sir.
Okay, did you ask Ms. Dillon why she didn't call the cops at that period of time?
I did not know.
Okay. Then what was told to you was that Ms. Dillon leaves this area and some 5 minutes or so later, or 5 minutes pursuant to the report or her statement, and then Mr. Pulley approaches once again. Is that correct?
That's what she stated, yes.
Okay. And this is, what location did she say she was driving at?
So her neighborhood where she lives on Dorset, it's in what's considered the Oak Brook subdivision. So she was leaving the Oak Brook subdivision, which is only a few blocks from the main road of Eureka Road.
It's a busy road?
Eureka is, yes.
Okay, so a lot of cars driving in and out?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall what date June 27 would have been?
What day of the week?
Yeah.
I don't.
Okay. You have no reason. Okay, I'm looking at the calendar. It says the June 27th and 2020 would be a Saturday. Saturday is a busy day, right? For Eureka? For Eureka?
Yeah, every day is, yeah.
Okay, now she's alleging that her car is being smashed and stuff right on these main roads, correct? Is that agreed?
Correct, yes.
Okay, let me ask you this. Certainly in your due diligence as a police officer, you would have canvassed the area to look for any surveillance or anything along those lines, green light, camera, partners, or anything in and around these areas to see if this version of the events was consistent or true, correct?
I mean, under normal circumstances, but when she gave me the area of where the alleged FA occurred with the vehicle.
Right.
I know personally, there's no cameras in that area. There's no businesses, the airport, we've talked to them dozens of times on cases. There's no cameras that point to the road. So I knew just knowing the area that there wasn't going to be anything from where she said the incident took place.
Okay, so you knew that for a fact. That's why.
I just assumed it based on the dozens of other events I've had in that area.
Okay.
I just know there's no cameras.
Let me ask you this.
Yes, sir.
Did you ask her whether or not there are other individuals on the road at the time?
Yeah, she implied in her statement there was.
She implied, or she said with specificity?
But her statement implies that there were other vehicles on the road.
Okay. Now, do you know, did you as a police officer do any, while there may not be any cameras, do any due diligence to see if there's any witnesses or anything around that remember this incident?
I did not leave the station though.
Did not leave the station. Did you direct anyone else to leave the station?
Yes.
Okay. And do you know whether or not there was any information found that was consistent with one car smashing another car around 1 p.m. on a busy road on a Saturday?
So the reason they left was not to go to look at that intersection where the alleged FA took place.
Okay.
It was to go take pictures of Mr. Pulley's vehicle at the tow yard.
Okay. So to be clear, there was no follow-up investigation to see if if there was any quote-unquote witnesses to this alleged vehicular smashing a vehicle to another on a main road?
No, because as you had stated, it being busy and then being within an hour and a half, 2 hours, it just logically wouldn't make sense for us to think that somebody would still be there just hanging out to say I was a witness.
Because
usually people call.
Because an hour, 2 hour, 3 hour is a significant period of time. Agreed?
Yeah,
okay.
Correct.
Now, you said the driver's side window was broken into pieces and there was some window that was still left. Is that correct?
I believe that's how I recall it, yes.
Okay, and where was this wrench within this vehicle, if you recall?
It was on the seat, I believe, either the passenger seat or the driver's seat.
Okay.
I don't recall specifically.
One moment, Judge. No further questions, Judge. Thank you.
Mr. King, give me just a minute. I've got somebody in my Zoom room that I have no idea who it is, and the name doesn't give me a clue, so I'm gonna see if we can figure that out. Oh, looks like a trooper. Good morning, troop.
Morning, sir.
What file are you calling in on?
Mr. Hopkins?
Hopkins?
Yes, sir.
All right. Is that Jane's file, do you know? Do you know who the prosecutor is, troop?
Yes, it is.
Jane Gillis?
I believe so, yes, sir.
All right. Jane, are you listening? All right, troop, hang out. We're gonna try to get a hold of Ms. Gillis, see if she wants to have a breakout room meeting with you.
Yes, sir.
Joe, go tell Jane Gillis that her trooper on Hopkins is in my Zoom meeting room, please. Go ahead, Mr. King.
Actually, can I have, come on, Mr. Nestor.
Yeah, that's fine.
Come on.
Ms. Moore, could you please mark this as people's proposed one and show this to Mr. Nestor that it's the same paper that he just used? They should have taken that into account. First witness, Your Honor?
Please.
Sergeant, I'm going to hand you what's been marked for identification as people proposed exhibit 1. Have you seen that before, sir?
Yes, sir.
And what is that?
It's a Romulus Police Domestic Violence witness statement form.
And does it how many pages does it consist of?
It is a front and back.
Okay. Is that a statement you're familiar with?
Yes.
And whose statement is that?
Ms. Dillon's.
Is that a statement that you took
Mr.
from Ms.
King?
Dillon?
I'm sorry, Mr. King, give me just a second. No, oh, gotcha. All right. All right. Mr. King, give me just a minute.
Hey.
Hey, Trooper, defendant's a half hour late, so it looks like he might end up in the bench warrant pile. All right, be safe. Go ahead, Mr. King.
Is that a statement that you personally took from Ms. Dillon?
Correct.
Is that a fair and accurate copy of the statement that you took from Ms. Dillon?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, I move for admission of People's Proposed 1.
Objection for exam purposes.
That'll come in, thank you.
Thank you. Retrieve that from officer, provide that to Your Honor.
Thank you.
Sir, you had stated on cross-examination that hours after making the report, Ms. Dillon indicated to you she did not want to move forward. Is that accurate?
That is correct.
Did she ever indicate to you that anything she stated was false or fabricated?
She did not know.
Did she ever tell you that anything that she had stated previously didn't happen?
She did not know.
And you said that you had directed people to leave the police department for some reason. Is that right?
Yes.
You directed them to take photographs?
Yes.
And what were they going to take photographs of?
Mr. Pulley's Mustang.
How did you know where Mr. Pulley's Mustang was?
Taylor police advised us where they had towed it after they had arrested him.
And who did you send?
Officer Coziera and Officer Fox.
Sir, nothing further.
Mr. Nestor.
Yeah, Your Honor, very briefly. Officer, brother counsel asked you whether or not Ms. Dillon told you that her statement that she wanted withdrawn or removed from charging was fabricated. Do you remember that question?
Yes.
Okay. Did you ask her with specificity whether or not this statement is fabricated?
No, sir.
Did you ask her if it was false?
No, sir.
No further questions.
Sergeant, you can step down. Thank you for your time. Watch your step. Be safe.
At this point in time, Your Honor, I call Officer Coziera.
You might send him in.
I'm sorry.
Send in Coziera,
Am I free to
please.
leave or do you want me to hang out?
May
No,
this
you
witness
can-
be excused for?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Thank you.
Sergeant, thank you for coming in. You said the Coziera.
Appreciate that.
No, I just had a Coziera come testify. I said Harris Trap Coziera, so. While we're waiting on witness, I spoke with Mr. Nasser. I'm asking the defense stipulate to the defendant identification, and I believe he's in a prison. Correct?
For example, purposes, yes, Judge.
Thank you, gentlemen. Always love a good stipulation.
Sure, thank you.
Officer, all the way up front. Raise your right hand for me. Swear affirm tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth. Settle in right here. State your name and spell your last name for Paula, if you would.
Officer Christopher Coziera, Koziera.
Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. King.
Sir, could you please, you've already stated, could you please state your name again for the record, spelling your last name?
Christopher Coziera, Koziara.
And sir, how are you employed?
By the Romulus Police Department
In what capacity?
as a police officer,
How long have you been with Romulus Police?
over 4 years,
How long have you been a police officer?
just over 4 years.
Okay. Sir, were you working on the 27th of June, 2020?
Yes, sir.
And what shift were you working that day?
Afternoon shift.
Sir, did there come a time that you were requested to make to a impound lot Taylor?
Yes.
About what time was that?
Shortly after my shift started.
And who asked you to do that?
I don't recall who asked.
Do you recall the purpose of you being sent to this impound lot Taylor?
Yes, sir.
And what was the purpose?
Photograph a vehicle.
And what vehicle was that, sir?
It was a 2007 Ford Mustang,
Do you recall the color?
silver.
Were you able to ascertain ownership of the vehicle?
I did not.
So what, did you observe this vehicle in question?
Yes, I did.
Did you observe any damage to this vehicle?
I did. I do not recall where the damage was.
Do you recall anything about the damage to the vehicle that you observed?
I do not.
Do you recall whether or not there was damage to the vehicle?
Yes, sir.
Did you make a report in this case, sir?
Yes, sir.
Did you document in your report damage to this vehicle?
I did not know.
And why was that?
I simply just went there to photograph the vehicle, uploaded the photos, and submitted the report.
And you took the photos and submitted the report?
Yes.
Nothing further.
Nothing from the defense.
Officer, you can step down. Thank you. Mr. King,
Nothing further from the people, Your Honor.
any defense witnesses
None, Judge.
ready for argument?
All right, people move for bind over as charged. I can present argument now or reserve.
Your Honor, if I may?
Yeah, please.
Thank you. Your Honor, this court has had the opportunity to listen to the testimony of the fine officer who testified as to what he perceived or what information was provided to him some hours after this alleged incident. What sticks out most aptly, Judge, is this is a trained officer of 16 years and there is he's able to extrapolate from viewing this individual that she is upset, that she is distraught, and she was likely crying. He's able to defer that through his training and experience as a police officer. There's absolutely no evidence that's been presented that this individual was in that there was an injury that occurred to this individual. None. Nothing to her throat, some type of minor cut on an elbow, which we don't even know which elbow it was. We don't know the left or right. And that's very important, Judge. And I think that needs to be specified because allegedly this injury occurred as a result of some broken glass that she, by her own driving, rubbed up against. That was the testimony of this particular officer here. So whether it was the left or the right is very important. That wasn't provided here today. What we have here, Judge, is clearly an individual that came into a police department some hours after this alleged incident, provides information about an incident purportedly with a boyfriend or an ex-boyfriend, makes a statement, goes outside, there's some damage to a vehicle, comes back a couple hours later and says, hey, listen, I don't want to proceed forward. Brother counsel did a great job, and I always enjoy cases with Mr. King in creatively indicating that, hey, listen, she never said with specificity that it's fabricated or a lie. What is interesting about that is that, filing a false police report is a felony and or a misdemeanor. That's an offense. There was no inquiry by the officer at all as it relates to what the reason was this individual wanted to retract this statement. None. There was no due diligence done by the officer to verify any of this information other than looking at a vehicle. That's it. Looking at a vehicle, seeing that the window was cracked, broken, whatever have you. There's zero testimony by the people here today that this vehicle was damaged by the vehicle owned by Mr. Cooley. None. There was zero evidence. Was there damage to the vehicle? Yeah. You can step outside, Judge. My vehicle's got some damage to it. So that doesn't prove anything. What you have here today, at best, is a recantation of a statement that was provided and clear evidence that this person is either lying or doesn't want to proceed. Either or. And that is the interest of the people, to protect individuals who are allegedly, quote unquote, victimized or have crimes committed against them. That's not here today, Judge. This is a documented date, evidence, subpoena sent out, and the like. People v. King indicates that it is the job of the magistrate not only to evaluate the evidence, but to evaluate the credibility of what's being presented here today. And while the officer testified candidly as to what he knows, he doesn't know anything. He doesn't know much. He only knows what was provided to him. There was no due diligence. This allegedly happened on the 27th of June, 1 o'clock in the afternoon. That's the estimated time that's been provided. Estimate. That's the best estimate. We don't know. There's nothing within the statement that's been offered to this court that says a specific time. There's nothing in there. And that's been entered as an exhibit, so that can be reviewed by this court. Nothing. We do know that if it was Saturday, June, summer, that there's going to be some type of action on the street. Eureka's a busy street. There are going to be people around. There was no due diligence, none, to verify any of this information. So what's presented here, Judge, is simply a limited statement that purports towards an alleged incident and zero verification. I'm asking this court to dismiss. If the people are able to find this particular individual, I would love the opportunity to cross-examine and see what is being said here and attack that, as opposed to simply speculating as to what may or may not have been meant in a particular statement. The evidence that's provided here today, Judge, is not that which was seen or which was thought of by legislators within this statute. It's not. What has been presented is statements that are made contemporaneous to and are expressed in terms of what may or may not have happened, and while not specifically listed, is in conjunction with some types of injuries or some type of photographic, something to go along with something just more than just a mere statement. And that's what we have here. We have a written statement that's been offered that is not verifiable by anything that this officer said, nothing by his astute observations of this particular individual, other than someone who may have been emotional. And emotionality can lead to lies. And this court took judicial notice of that. But the question that is presented here is a simple question. Probable cause that a crime was committed, probable cause that this individual committed that crime. That is not here. The people have failed to satisfy that burden. As it relates to assault with intent to do great bodily harm by strangulation, apparently she was choked with some hand for a particular period of time, no injuries, nothing, no request for any type of medical attention, no testimony as to even which hand. We know it was one hand and we don't know it's two. Then there is a felonious assault, which is allegedly with a car. That's an impossibility. There's no information that's been provided here today that verifies any of that. Purportedly, an officer went out and took a look at this car, the car of Mr. Pulley. There's no evidence on the record to suggest that there's any damage which is correlated rather with this alleged incident. The malicious destruction of property is allegedly this spidered up window and a wrench that was purportedly inside. No forensics, no nothing. There's no testimony even to suggest that this wrench didn't belong to her. Judge, this court has heard the evidence. I've made my objection from the get-go, and I'm confident this court will make the right decision. Thank you.
Mr. King.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. Thank you, Mr. Nasser. Your Honor, why do victims of domestic violence later not cooperate? I wish I knew the answer, and all we can do is speculate. And Mr. Nasser wants you to speculate that it's because she was lying. But there are a million other reasons why Miss Dillon is not here today. It could be emotions, it could be fear, it could be a feeling of guilt having to face someone that she previously had a relationship between. There's a million reasons beyond she's not telling the truth as to why a victim of domestic violence doesn't come to court and testify. It's not an apparition, it's unfortunately common, and it's the type of behavior that MCL 76827C was designed to address, to allow cases to be prosecuted where, for whatever reason, a complaining witness does not come to court. There is no evidence of fabrication on Ms. Dillon's part in this case. In fact, there's ample evidence testified to by the officer that support and bolster her statement. The officer testified that she was visibly distressed when she came into the statement. She appeared to have been crying. She came to the police department to make a statement. Those are indicia of credibility. The stress that somebody is under, the fact that somebody is upset, has been recognized for a very long time under the excited utterance section as an indicia of reliability. Remember, hearsay exists to keep unreliable statements out of court. Hearsay exceptions exist because they're recognized as providing alternative yet additional indicia of reliability. And somebody under the stress of the startling event has been recognized as a hearsay exception for as long as there have been hearsay exceptions. This isn't new, Your Honor. The statute specifically in use today is new, but think about the state of mind she was in and how that supports her truthfulness. She had an injury. She had a physical injury to her elbow from the broken glass in the vehicle that the officer testified was in line with her story. But I think most important here is the vehicle itself. The officer went out to this vehicle. He observed window broken in the exact way that she described it. The weapon of a wrench located in the vehicle, exactly where one would expect to find it. and exactly as one would expect to find if she was telling the truth. Damage to the rear bumper of the vehicle, again, consistent with her statements. They sent officers out to Taylor PD, and while my officer's memory is a bit defective today, we do know that the defendant's vehicle was impounded, a silver Mustang was impounded in Taylor PD in connection to this case, and that vehicle did have some damage. Unfortunately, I wish we had more evidence of the damage here today, but we know that vehicle had some damage to it. The officers were there to photograph it and did photograph and document damage to that vehicle. And again, Your Honor, it's a probable cause claim. We are not trying the case. It is not beyond a reasonable doubt, but there is sufficient evidence to support the statements of Ms. Dillon. As to the GBH strangulation charge, the first charge of the complaint, you will note that the officer testified that Ms. Dillon had described a strangulation incident in which she felt like she was almost going to pass out. And I think that the circumstances surrounding this bear that out, and I think they support a finding that that was truthful and credible. There were no corroborating injuries of strangulation, but as Your Honor can probably be aware, as just common knowledge dictates, soft tissue, but the officer said there might not have been injuries. There might not have been injuries, but that doesn't mean it didn't happen. We have her statement, we have her statement through the officer, and we have her handwritten statement. As to counts 2 and 3, they go together. Counts 2 and 3, assault with intent to do great bodily harm less than murder, and assault with a dangerous weapon, the vehicle. Assault with the dangerous weapon of that being the car is a lesser included to the second GBH, assault with intent to do great bodily harm. When you're driving down the freeway at approximately 55 miles an hour, as specified to the officer, and you ram someone else's vehicle with your vehicle, after having an altercation with them and leaving that altercation and following them aggressively down the road, what is your intent? Your Honor is aware of jury instructions as they pertain to intent, and intent can be proved by how somebody did something and somebody's mannerism of doing something. What is the intent of Mr. Pulley when he rammed the vehicle occupied by Miss Alana Dillon with his car? What did he do to Miss Dillon? He used his car to put her in fear. He used his car as a battering ram, as a weapon, and put her at risk of great bodily injury. Luckily, none resulted. But what do you intend to do when you ram a car? Assault with the weapon being a wrench. Testimony is clear. He threw the wrench through the window at her. This is a metal tool that was recovered by the officers from her vehicle. And again, as to the property damage, we have a 2018 relatively new vehicle that has a smashed window and damage to the rear bumper. So I do ask that the court find sufficient evidence of that as testified to by the officers. For those reasons, Your Honor, again, there has been evidence placed on the record as to every element of every charged offense. I believe the evidence, although, and I will give it to the court, although this evidence may not support a finding of fact after a jury trial, it supports a finding of probable cause. So I ask Your Honor to find probable cause and bind the defendant over as charged.
Thank you. I don't like to bind over cases that I don't see any likelihood of conviction on, but I find myself having to do so often. And that's exactly where I'm at here. I think probable cause has been met. I don't know how the people can prevail beyond a reasonable doubt, but that's not my issue today. So I'm going to bind over. The AOI date is going to be June 20. Well, I'm going to schedule it for June 24th until they adjourn it downtown.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Anything else, gentlemen?
Nothing further. Nothing further.
Mr. Pulley, good luck downtown.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome.
Your Honor, can I approach?
Sure, absolutely. Do you know if Jacobs is James?
I'll give you an update on Gray.
Yeah.
Survivor motion.
So got trial date?
Not for, no trial date yet, final conference, motion cutoff date.
Okay, keep you posted. So how are you doing on keto? I tried.
I lost 55 pounds.
Yeah. Over what time period? That's a lot of weight in a short period of time.
My husband's lost.
Oh, you both do it. Well, that makes it easier.
It makes it so much easier. And you know what else makes it easier, Paul? Grilling season.
Oh, that's true.
Steak. I go to the Mexican market, I buy the whole tenderloin, I have it sliced up into steaks.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. It's easier to live on meat this time of year. Yeah.
The exhibit's been returned. We'll see you later. Have a good day, Your Honor.
Stay safe.
Yeah.
Yes.
So they can carry it.
Hey, with Dan, we got one left. If you can find out from Jane what's going on with Jacobs.
She has Jacobs and
Hopkins.
Is it that?
Hopkins this one.
All right, guys, I gotta go to this.
Take care, Larry.
You too. Thanks, everybody. Good to see you. You'll probably see a lot more of me when Mary has her baby. So.
Yeah, she said she had trained somebody
Well-
and then she gave her 2 weeks notice.
Yeah, that somebody's taking a different job, so it's gonna be, I think Trisha and I are gonna split it up, so you'll be seeing more.
Oh, it'd be nice to see Trish. We haven't seen her in a while.
Yeah. Love the new building. Have a good
Thank
day.
you.
I don't think Hopkins is gonna fly, but it needs to be put on record for cases, am I correct, sir?
Yeah, we can put it on the record. You know what's going on at Jacobs?
That looks like all parties are here. You wanna
Send them
go
in.
through that one?
I'm ready.
I know a few times even Mary Ann called me from her apartment saying, I can't hear anything. And I said, well, it still comes through on the mic. See, I didn't know you were going to be here on the answer. I mean, on
That's the one that there was a waiver and it got sent back. Waiver was a front Judge Green.
Hello.
my goodness.
John,
we
good to
haven't
see you.
seen you in a long time.
No. Beautiful building, by the way.
Thank you.
Utterly amazing.
Are we ready?
Yeah, you know that case we dismissed, the OWI?
Which
I
one?
had written down exam, the defense attorney had written down exam. On your 4th page of your docket, first case, it says probable cause hearings.
Which one?
That's why the officers
Arias,
didn't show up.
Jose Arias.
Jose Arias, so the officers thought, well, it got changed to PCC, we won't show up. That's why I told him not to, that he could leave after the first exam.
What did the notices say?
The notices, well, we send out to the OIC saying there's an exam, but then when the OIC looked at the docket last week, he told them it's only PCC now, you don't have to come.
Notice. If the notice said it's an exam and everybody got
It's
notice
just
for
a
an
mix
exam.
up. You know,
It's an
it's
exam.
not a big deal, I've already gotten
Yeah.
the paperwork to refile.
Are we ready on this one?
No, it's gonna be a KPS for 2 cases.
Oh, Jacobs is a KPS too?
No,
No,
not.
Jacobs is here.
No, Jacobs
That's-
is here on
And
the
the,
way.
and the committee.
Then, are we ready on Jacobs?
Yes,
Okay.
so. This case, though, these two, what was his name?
Hopkins, Marcus Hopkins.
He didn't show up.
I've already bench warranted Hopkins.
You already listed it?
Already bench warranted, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, sorry.
Judge, except when I was PCC in the notices.
On Arias? I still dismiss it, still gotta be refiled.
Jacobs, parties.
Have a seat, gentlemen. All right, People versus Frankie Jacobs, appearances, please.
Good morning, Judge Alex, or afternoon. Alex Curry, on behalf of the people, P number 84950.
Robert Jurzik on behalf of Mr. Jacobs, P 33195.
Thank you, gentlemen. Yep.
People ready to proceed, Judge?
All right, I'm ready.
I've discussed this matter with my client, and discussed waiving this to circuit court.
Is that what you want to do, sir?
I don't know what that means. I don't even know what that is. I've never been in this situation before. I don't.
Okay, counsel, take your client in the hall.
I don't understand what it is.
Mr. Jurzik will explain it to you. I don't even think it's a word.
I look at it, okay, it is, can't be this. It's not, that's not right.
There's another one that some of the members of the Romulus City Council are fond of using. It's been motioned and approved. It's been moved and approved.
And I've seen him do that. We didn't see him.
Yeah, that's real common. Yeah,
That irks me, Judge.
yeah, but it's real common.
I like that. I see it happen.
Seen. That's past tense of seen.
Yeah,
Seen.
how do you type that? I mean, I see,
That's S-E-E-N-T, seen.
that.
I've seen it.
I always put a sick behind it. Yeah. Do you know what that means?
A what?
S-I-C.
SIC, what was that?
That means his error, not mine.
Yeah, and that's probably, sick is probably short for some Latin phrase. I have
Oh,
no
I'm sure
idea.
it is. It's a parade.
That's a good research item for you. Figure out what sick stands for.
Huh?
I told him that's a good research because I'm sure that stands for some Latin phrase.
Yeah.
Well, I know, I'm a history nerd, so I know when somebody, Cassius, I think was when he killed Caesar, he said sic semper tyrannis. That's always the tyrant. Yeah, death to tyrant. I think it was, I can't remember what it translates to, but sick can mean death.
Yeah,
Well,
but that's why.
I've been waiting for a number of years to use this one on the bench. It's quo scripsi, scripsi. Quo scripsi, scripsi. What I have written, I have written.
Sick is a Latin term meaning thus.
Thus, yeah.
That means nothing then. In that context, it doesn't mean anything.
Yeah. The quick translation is.
Something incorrectly written, intentionally being left as it was in the original.
That's what, you gotta type it, you know, you gotta type it.
Yeah. I think that's what it said.
Yeah,
Yeah, that means his error, not mine.
I guess that makes sense. Thus, I guess it makes sense. All right, back on the record with the Jacobs matter.
Mr. Jusick, can you please speak louder, please?
Okay,
Thank you, sir.
let me take the mask off.
That'll help.
I've been twice vaxxed.
I'm okay. We got lots of distance.
Twice vaxxed myself.
All right. So what are we gonna do? We're gonna hold the exam, we're gonna waive the exam.
I'm gonna waive the exam, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Jacobs, you understand the purpose for the exam that's scheduled for today?
I think so.
All right, and you've discussed your rights and options with your attorney?
Did I what?
You've discussed your rights and options with your attorney?
I tried to.
Okay. All right, it's been a real long day for me, so if you're playing games, it's gonna end
No,
poorly.
I've never been.
And when I'm speaking, you're
Yes.
shutting up. You're not interrupting me.
Yes, sir.
I get the feeling that you're playing games and I have no patience for it. Are you telling me that your attorney has not advised you what your rights are? Yes or no?
Yeah, I mean,
So you understand your rights as you sit there today?
yeah,
Okay. And you understand that what the exam is scheduled for, correct? To find probable cause?
yeah.
Did your attorney just take you in the hall and explain that to you, sir?
He did, but I don't understand all the legal speak and stuff. I don't understand the legal speak. He just said it's a civil, you can do a civil thing. And yeah, I just
right, let me
wanna
try.
get on with my life and.
Let me try.
I understand I made a mistake and did what.
Stop talking. A preliminary exam is a hearing. And at that hearing, the prosecution has to prove two things to me. If they don't prove those two things to me, then I dismiss the case today. You with me so far?
Yes.
The two things are, A, that there's probable cause, meaning reason to believe that a crime was committed. In this case, two crimes. Assault, well, that's a misdemeanor. Assault with a dangerous weapon, that's a felony. All right, so they have to give me reason to believe that on May 12, 21 in Romulus, that crime was committed. You with me so far?
Yeah, I see your.
Then the second thing is they're gonna have to give me probable cause or reason to believe that you were involved in the commission of that crime. If they can give me the evidence so I can answer both those questions in the positive, then I'm gonna send the case downtown for it to move forward. You understand that?
Yes. I do.
That's
You
what's
explained it-
scheduled
you
today.
Explained it to where I could understand it, yes.
If you waive the exam, then they don't have to prove any of that, and you automatically get a court date to go downtown and take it to the next step, which in essence is a pretrial where your attorney and the prosecutor downtown can discuss the case and the options that might be presented to you then. Does that make sense to you?
Yes, sir.
Do you want to hold the exam today?
Say it again.
Do you want to hold the exam today, or do you want to waive the exam and get your court date for downtown?
The way you explained it, I want to waive it.
All right.
Thank
And
you.
you're waiving it freely and voluntarily.
Yes,
Nobody's
sir.
making you do that.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
All right. Are you satisfied with the waiver?
Yes, Judge.
Mr. Jerzik, are you satisfied with the waiver?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Then the AOI date currently, arraignment on information, which is your next court date, Mr. Jacobs, is June 23. My understanding is that that will probably be changed by the circuit court. Anything as to bond?
Ask that the bond be continued, Your Honor.
I will do so. Mr. Jacobs, good luck downtown.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
One more case. One more case.
Not by my count.
No, the case that was adjourned, Reichert, that, Jeff, what was his name? Jeff? Randa. Went to law school. Is he sick or something? Well, anyways, you adjourned it to a date that my officer is out of the country.
Right.
Right, I got it on my desk, call on it, here, except with you and.
Thanks.
Perfect. Mr. Rand.
Oh, no.
You know, I put you both on, I
No,
promise
yeah.
That's what I'm gonna do, so that
Those are all
we
the
all
things.
get the right date.
Yeah, anytime the 21st or after is good with us, so.
I don't
Okay.
like to keep making calls back and forth, so I put call on, everybody there at the same time.
We do that in Redford all the time.
Huh?
We do that in Redford all the time.
I do it all the time.
Okay. See ya.
See you tomorrow or next time.
I just concluded.
So I'm ending this, Paula.
Huh?
I'm exiting.
Okay, I got to get that out of mine. I got